and you can put the mics on, which I did not have mine on, but it's on now, and for all to know that it is streamed. And so with that, though, I'd like to get right into the business. And we do have some folks here today that will help us go through this bill. It's a very lengthy bill, 20 pages in it. And during the hearing itself, we got the 30,000-foot high view. Now it's time to really delve into not just the intent. We know what intent is. At least I have a pretty good understanding where we're going. We're trying to establish a funding process here in the state which supports all students and all communities, regardless of their wealth, property values, etc. And so I'd like to invite those that are here today. Now, we're going to have some technical people helping us with this, going through it. So I see Bill Ardinger, Dick Ames. I don't know if Jay Kahn is part of that group or Representative Luno. You are also on this subcommittee. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the floor, and perhaps at this time, before we start, I'll recognize Representative Luno, who is on the subcommittee, to seeing that he is the prime sponsor of this bill. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the subcommittee, and I'd also like to, before we get started, introduce colleagues who we have worked together to put together this bill, House Bill 1680, and there are also colleagues of ours on the Commission to Study School Funding, and so we have Mary Heath sitting back here, Senator Kahn next to me, Representative Dick Ames sitting at the desk in front of the committee, and Bill Ardinger, an attorney, tax attorney, and former member of the state legislature, and a member of the School Funding Commission, along with you, Representative Ladd. So,
just one thing, a reminder for anybody that's here that does not have a copy of 1680, they are available on the table to your right, to my left. Go ahead.
Right, great. Thanks very much, Rick. And in addition to copies of 1680 up on the table, there are also a section-by-section analysis of the bill, which we're going to be talking through this morning. A memo prepared by Representative Ames on the statewide education property tax reform that's contained in the bill, as well as a memo prepared by Attorney Ardinger, and they will be speaking to both of those as we go through things this morning. As the chair noted, back when the bill was introduced a week and a half ago, it was late in the afternoon. We introduced it from the 30,000-foot view, and I think the objective today is to go through this in detail, each of the 25 sections of the bill, and be able to take questions from the members of the subcommittee as we're going along. And although I think neatly groups of these sections can sort of be put into categories like, how do you develop a foundation opportunity budget? How do you fund these budgets? And then what is the tax impact? So we've sort of organized our presentation to go through the bill in that order. It does go chronologically, and I'll start again with just a couple minutes to talk about the bill in general, and then we'll get right into it. But House Bill 1680 is really a complete reform on how we both define, cost, and fund an adequate education for all students in New Hampshire, no matter where they live. The first thing it does is it defines constitutional adequacy in terms of student performance. And that's been a thing that we've heard for years here in the House Education Committee, is What are we doing about student performance? How can we increase student performance? How can we improve student performance? And that's the fundamental objective behind House Bill 1680. The second thing it does is it establishes a method to cost a foundation opportunity budget to allow the students in every school district across the state to achieve a statewide outcome. Statewide outcomes in New Hampshire, among the best in the country. It's been that way for years, and the concern is that it's just not everywhere. We're going to show that, but this House Bill 1680 is directed to rectifying that. It also does two specific things. It separates the costing function from the funding function. So, you know, it costs more to educate 1,000 kids in Manchester than it does 1,000 kids in Bedford. And but how you go about funding that might be different in Manchester than it is in Bedford or other communities across the state. So we separate cost from funding. And then very important in the bill, and tied with it is a meaningful property tax relief program that is directed to low and middle income homeowners, and puts the state dollars that are associated with this program, directs those dollars to where they're needed most, as opposed to, you know, some sort of blanket property tax reduction based on your zip code. It's directed based on need. The House Bill 1680 has both a transition plan to ramp up the funding of schools over a 10-year period. It's important that schools be able to use those dollars and make those incremental improvements. It can't happen. It won't happen all at once. So it ramps in over a 10-year period of time, and it also includes transition grants for communities that you know, I'll use the term hold harmless, but it's not stabilization, and it ramps down over a 5-year period as the foundation budgets ramp up. And then finally, and maybe one of the most important things this bill does is establish a clear and transparent accountability to make sure that school districts are spending these funds in a way that lead to student outcomes. And like I said, the student outcomes are measurable, and the accountability provision has support, so that that if a district is falling behind or is not making the strides that it needs to make for their students, that the state can come in and provide a little help and assistance for them to get there. So that's, again, just the 30,000 foot flyover, and if the chair is okay, I'll sort of move over to the section by section, and we can start 22-page bill, Rick.
Yep.
Starting on page 1.
Let's start.
So
Do you have a sheet that's going to parallel going through the, you know,
that's this sheet.
Okay, you'll be using that one.
Yep.
That's good.
So thanks very much, and I'll start with section 1. Section 1 includes 10 findings that largely stem from the work that was done in the during the School Funding Commission, and these findings build on each other. The first one really says that elementary and secondary in education in New Hampshire should provide all students with the ability to acquire knowledge and skills. We've talked about that in this committee. The importance, not just knowledge, it's knowledge and skills. And it's done regardless of where students live. So we're building on these opportunities. The second one talks about an integrated system of shared responsibility between state and local government to get students to a statewide outcome. And the bill will be discussing that. But school districts would then have the responsibility and flexibility for implementing diverse educational approaches to instruction and curriculum tailored to meet their student needs. We know that districts across the state, they're not all cookie cutter. They're not all the same. And it's important that, that school boards have that ability and the flexibility to meet their student needs, whether you're in Coos County or you're here in Merrimack County.
Dave,
Yeah,
I wonder if I could interject.
absolutely, anytime, Dick.
Yeah. I just want to underscore this particular purpose that is on page 1. I guess it's page 1 of the Act. Anyway, the first part of the Act, the second purpose, respecting the long tradition of community involvement, provide an integrated system of shared responsibility. I think that's a fundamental concept. It's present already in the law, and we wanted to work with that concept. You'll find it throughout this bill, that this is not the state, it's not the localities, it's an integrated system of shared responsibility where the state has its role and the school districts have their role.
Thank you very much, Dick. And you know, I should have pointed that out right at the top too. That as we go through this bill, we'll be talking about the court decisions that obviously New Hampshire's been through decades of court decisions that have shaped the school funding policy that's in place today, and obviously we're waiting on to hear what the Supreme Court, the Superior Court will do with respect to the Conval decision, and then obviously that'll probably go up to the Supreme Court after that. So there's a lot of moving parts to this, and that.
Dave, I'd like to just, if I could just interrupt, because
Sure.
this is a work session, we are working.
Yep.
We can interact as we
Yep.
go. I'd like to follow up to what Representative Ames just mentioned, referencing the shared responsibility. If you have the statutes in front of you, which are, that we get here in the Education Committee, the very first statute, 21N:1, references exactly what you said. So it's the first statute in the book. It basically says the general court finds that the students, parents, general citizenry, local teachers and administrators, local governments, local school boards, school administrative units, and state government have a joint and shared responsibility for the quality of education delivered through the public education system in the state of New Hampshire. So it's pretty clear.
Good.
Go
good.
ahead.
No, thank you very much, Rick, for pointing that out. And that's what's meant here. We'll also be talking about the shared responsibility in terms of funding an adequate education too. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. In Roman 3, long history. What you were just talking about, Mr. Chair, and where voters approve budgets, you know, across the state, and I think that's reflective of why New Hampshire has such strong outcomes statewide compared to other states across the country. It clearly reflects the voters at every school district meeting that have the priority and high expectation for student outcomes in districts, and that's one of the hallmarks behind New Hampshire's public school system. So, Roman 4, defining the concept of an adequate education in terms of outcome and performance, and being able to tie that in with accountability, because the performance is measurable, and we'll be talking more about that as we go through the bill. The data that was developed during the funding commission work does indicate a strong correlation between poverty and student outcomes, and probably, Mr. Chair, you probably recall some of these bubble charts from the school funding commission work. And this one in particular is on page 27, and where you take a look at outcomes, which currently, based on the data that's collected from the Department of Education, is performance on standardized statewide assessment tests, attendance rates, and graduation rates. Shows shows that students in school districts that have a high concentration of free and reduced price lunch families, so a lower socioeconomic capacity in those families, have poorer outcomes. And that's something that in New Hampshire we want to try to address with this legislation, and really close that opportunity gap for all students, no matter where they live or what their backgrounds are. The Roman 6, again, strong correlation between poverty and total spending, and that's another graph that comes out of the School Funding Commission's work. And when you take a look at New Hampshire, it's a highly regressive trend as poverty increases, spending decreases substantially. And you compare that to Massachusetts, which has pushed that in the opposite direction. So recognizing the fact that it costs more to educate 1,000 kids in Manchester than it does 1,000 kids in Bedford, or 1,000 kids in Hopkinton. I'll just pick on my town in that case. Is that all right, Sue? Okay. Let's see. Wrapping into the final few findings, and this is where we've built now on the past findings. Roman 7 talks about cost. What is the cost for every school district to educate their students to a statewide outcome? So that's separating the cost from the funding, and that cost is done on a school district by school district basis, regardless of where you live. Roman 8 is the funding side of that. And again, it goes back to the shared responsibility between the local government, the local school district, and the state, in terms of being able to make sure that funding is adequate and sufficient to meet the foundation opportunity budget. Where some towns, we know across the state, there's a lot of communities that are working super hard and just can't come close to funding their budgets. And this is funding an adequate budget. And this is where the state comes in to make sure that it gets you there. Let's see. And then the final two findings in here really bring it all together, where adequacy is framed in terms of targeted outcomes that facilitate a system, public school funding from the state sources to the communities with the greatest need to deliver a constitutionally adequate education, regardless of where the student lives. So providing the gas where it's needed to make sure that every school district has access to the resources they need. And then the final finding here is tied to what we'll be talking about. It's in the bill, but we ramp up the foundation opportunity plan, and we have a transition grant that ramps down to make sure that we don't shock the system either way, that we don't shock the system with foundation opportunity budgets that give the district administration the ability to deploy those funds in an effective and efficient manner, and we don't shock the system in terms of sudden changes to tax rates. And we think we've got a good proposal to address both those things. So happy to take any questions on the findings, but next up, Senator Khan is going to talk us through Section 2 of the bill, which is really, Jay's got big shoulders here, because this is really the crux of the bill's body, where it really defines and quantifies the state's obligations.
Thank you, David. Chairman, good to see. This is my first House hearing this session. think this is on.
You got it.
So let me, I will talk about cost. It's the part of the study that I spent the most time on. And we reviewed a number of education cost analyses that have been done since the original Claremont lawsuit. And the one that stands out for all of us is the 2008 study that is the Joint Legislative Oversight Committee on Costing and Adequate Education. It's dated February of 2008. It's now 14 years old. It's an appropriate time to come back and take a look. What were the recommendations? What did we implement? What did we not implement? And is it getting us to where we need to be? So in 2008, there was a strong emphasis in that report to arrive at a universal cost per student. That is the primary emphasis in this report. And it's intended to be an accounting of education costs. And that's what it does. And you're familiar with it because we've used it for our biennial budgeting for the last 14 years. And what it is largely based on, I mean, if you take the total array of student costs, of the cost of public education in the state, the $3.3 billion that's spent between state and local resources, you know that 60% to 2/3 of total cost is instruction. And so when it rolls up what is the accounting for instruction, it's based on a class size for K through 2 of 25 students to one instructor, and for grades 3 through 12 at 30 students per instructor. And when you look at the Department of Education's data, you'll find that the average across the state is 12 students per instructor. And you won't find a single district that has an average of 25 students per instructor. Not a one. So the basic metric is way off. The second observation is that the second cost driver is salaries and benefits for teachers. Well, the teacher cost is based on a beginning teacher credential. If you think to our statutes about how teachers are credentialized, beginning teacher is anywhere between 0 and 3 years. You've got to have 3 years experience and 2 positive evaluations to become an experienced teacher. So we peg it at the 3rd year of a beginning teacher, and so that's deceptive because that's certainly not the average cost of an instructor. And the second is that the benefits are pegged at 33% of the salary. So we had testimony to the commission from school business officers that said, no, it's really 58% is the benefit cost. So we've got the 3 primary drivers on 2/3 of the cost pegged at numbers that just don't jive, and that's why we probably have lawsuits that perpetuate to this day. The other thing to recognize is that the universal cost that was recommended in 2008 is $3,400. Let me get this right. $3,456 per pupil. And what we have in the budget is $3,786 The point being, in 14 years, that total cost, that universal cost has moved 10%, which is another defying characteristic in our formula. And then the third thing to take into account is the differentiated costs. Because one of the things that the 2008 study did is it benchmarked against national variables that other states were using and employed some pretty good ideas about English learning students, English language learning students being a more expensive investment to bring that student up to an adequate level. It recognizes special needs of students, special education needs, and it recognizes the economic differences, poverty index of students. So these are things that are brought into the formula. We do have differentiated ratios. We just didn't implement them at the levels that were recommended. And if, for instance, special education was recommended as a two-tiered cost, one that recognized an in-district placement and one that recognized an out-of-district placement, we don't do that in our formula. We peg it at the lowest number that we could, which is the lower tier as recommended in the 2008 study. So again, we didn't implement it, and that was Iris Estabrook's bemoaning as a 2008 commissioner as she participated in our 2020 study. So those are the characteristics.
Excuse me just for 1 second.
Yep.
Well, I know we'll get back to it.
Yep.
When Senator Estabrook and company put this together back in 2008, when we were looking at the special ed, the tiering, you said we didn't get to the two-tiered. I understand we don't have weighted formula based because, due to the amount of time or an amount of service, the type of service that an individual might require. But didn't we have basically two tiers? In fact, we had the amount that's stated within differentiated aid, but we had set aside another area of statute, CAT aid, which provided the additional amount for the student which was being serviced oftentimes either out of district or out of state. So I guess we had two tiers of a sort, but we did not tier the first category at all.
Thank you. And you are correct, Chairman Ladd. But let me give you another chunk that'll, you probably are going to be surprised. The self-contained or in-building special education was the higher tier in the 2008 study. So it wasn't the out-of-district, as you say. That has a categorical aid element and a different basis on how that's distributed. It's the self-contained that was supposed to be reimbursed at $3,610. We're at $2,000 today. So, and that's gone up, kind of significantly in the last 2 years. So, yeah, we never got the $3,600 per in-district self-contained special education student.
Okay, let's go on with where you're going. Perhaps we can come back and we'll discuss all these points which have been brought up a little bit more in detail.
Sure
this is certainly an area where there's going to be a lot of discussion.
As well it can be.
Yeah.
And I'll not get diverted. I'll not take that side.
That's
track
right. Let's
now.
keep marching here.
So, as David said, what's the alternative? If what we've been working with is not getting us to the outcomes that we desire, what is the method to get us there? And so using an outcome-based definition, which picking it up from state statutes in 193E, we developed 3 measures. One is graduation rates, another it's attendance rates, and a third is the standardized test scores, 3 through 8, plus the sophomore year in high school. We used 10 years worth of data. So it's not like we fixed on a certain point in time, we're able, I mean, that's a bunch of school districts and their 10-year performance levels working into the data. And we used regression modeling. And the thing about regression modeling is that you're aiming towards averages, right? And deviations from the averages ought to create some deviation in how much we reimburse. So if we know what the statewide average is in all of those metrics, which as David said, our metrics are high in overall performance, then we know how much each district has of students that deviate or exceed the statewide average. And that becomes a basis for the cost. And no surprise, those same metrics that were used in the 2008 formula till today for differentiated aid still hold up. They still make a difference. And they define the difference in student outcome performance in every school district across the state. English learning, poverty, special education needs are those unique student characteristics in each district that need to be accounted for. And we can tell by the state average how much each of those student characteristics cost to get to a state average. We also know that the districts have certain characteristics that make a difference. A small district has higher per student costs. You might raise a question of that, and Chairman, you might remember your question about that. Is that a district small by choice, or is it small by regional circumstance? We didn't differentiate on that. But we did recognize that small matters and that it's higher cost as you spread it across the student. We also recognized that contrary to the 2008 study, that it's not the elementary education level that has a higher cost. It's middle school has the highest cost, and then high school has a higher cost than elementary school. And so we were able statistically to verify that, and you'll see that that's wrapped into the school characteristics that require an additional funding, costing element. So when it comes to section 3 in the study, in the bill, 1680, you'll find a series of ratios that relate both to student and to district characteristics, all aimed at trying to bring each district the resources necessary to educate the student population that they have unique to that school and that district and that town. So that's the basis of the costing study at a high level. And we need any Q&A, glad to turn to that. But if there's a progression here, I know it moves to another part of the bill that I'm not prepared to go into.
Yes, Representative Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, I don't have my book with me, and I'm really not that familiar. In your model of this costing, are the different the three different areas weighted differently? Like does attendance rate count more than state assessment rate, or how does that work?
Great question. They're melded together and produce what's called in the study a Z-score. And so the average of the averages are then melded together into a single score. And that's how we're able to consistently apply this in a fairly simple manner because it becomes a merged variable.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yeah.
No? So let's say District A has a wonderful attendance rate, fantastic graduation rate, but low state assessment rates. How, each one, it's just A plus B plus C divided by 3, and that's your score, or how does that work?
Actually, test scores account for about 85 to 90% of the overall weight. And that's because those other two weights are explained by the test scores. Meaning,
Sorry to hear that.
a district that has a low attendance rate or a low graduation rate also has low test scores. So, but it does vary. It does vary, and you're right. They do vary, and that's why the three measures are appropriate to be considered, not to get stuck on a single measure, but to recognize that all three of these are factors that contribute to the outcomes.
Go ahead.
So were any other factors considered besides those three? I get really nervous when everything is based on 85% of it is based on a standardized test score, and that really makes me nervous. I was comfortable with having it be a little bit differently weighted, but it still, I think, puts a disadvantage on some districts, and I'm wondering if anything else was considered, like the number of kids who go on to colleges and graduate schools, and the number of people who go into the military, and what professions they choose, and what degrees they earn afterwards, and those kinds of things, which are also indicators of a school's quality, I would think.
This whole formula, there's a lot to it. I understand that, and I've been through it with the commission. But one of the areas which I'm still foggy on is that we're driving to try to find out what it costs to have a student in this state, all students, get to that performance outcome that we're looking to achieve or have. And when we come down to special services, special education, there's a certain percentage of that total amount which is going to be allocated out. My concern is then when we're going to fund all special ed kids at the same weighted amount, that kind of rings a bell in my head saying that's not true. We have some kids which are a half hour a week, other kids that are full-time with supported staff and services which are very costly. This is a critical concern to me that when we're looking at whatever that amount might be, if it's 4 point something times what the base cost is, then is that for all kids, or are there different weights associated with a child that has a learning disability versus that has a severe emotional, mental handicap in the area? That's one of my concerns here.
Either one of us can.
Go ahead.
We were unable to get that information from the department. And it's because in smaller districts, it becomes an identifying, you can identify and associate by grade level particular students in that school. So we were unable to get that granular level of information. I will say, as I prepared last night and I was looking for more information about student costs, we do have some student costs. I mean, about special education at district levels in the DOE 25. And it is $20,000 more per special education student. And that's an average, but that's what it is. And, you know, when we were able to attribute the costs for different student variables, the base cost wound up at $6,000. The total cost was $17,000 a student. The base cost was $6,000, meaning we could explain all the other outcome differences with all the other costs. And special education, there you go. It's on average $20,000. The ratio here is a 4x number, and it pans out. That is the extra that school districts are reporting per special education student. And I get it, Chairman. If we had the data, you might be able to differentiate it, but we know that there are 30,000 IEPs in the state, and they're costing significantly in the districts that have a higher percentage of
I know it'd be very difficult, Senator, to break a weighted amount out if we're going to do it the way some states do it. They have that information provided to the department. We do have the department knowledgeable of the types of handicapping conditions. We can get that total information. That is available. It's on the web. However, within those categories, there's a whole lot of difference. I think that this is one area that we need to, as legislators, to drive home to the Department of Education. We need the information to really round this thing out properly. And hopefully that might be one of the expectations that we can, put down on the side as, does the DOE really reflect what we're looking for as far as the content of an adequate education? Does the special ed information we have here, having to rely upon the data that's only available, I'd like to delve and dig into it a little bit more with the department. And it's time maybe that we have them start looking at that DOE 25 form and revising it to give us the more specific, somewhere along the way, we're going to have to get a little bit more down in the weeds.
So,
go ahead.
Yep, Mr. Chair. Later on in the bill, there's a whole section on data collection where the bill suggests additional pieces of data that the department could collect and that could go into to later revisions of developing, measuring student outcomes by district, and also factoring into the the funding or the costing formula that that's used. But currently we're using 10 years of department data that were available to the commission, and like Senator Khan said, the detailed breakdown in special education categories was only available for 1 year, and not broken out in prior years. But I think what's very clear though is if a future costing formula was going to leverage that additional granularity in special education categories, that the department could in fact do that because they do have that information.
There is some information that we could take and tear apart. They do list all those handicap conditions and the number of students per district that are associated with that type of a handicap.
Right, it's just not publicly available data.
Well, we got numbers. We don't have the IEPs. If you look on the web, those numbers that we have in the state are there. We've gone way back. You can go back a good 10, 15 years and collect that information. It is there. But we don't know when you look at, for example, a child that has a learning disability, it doesn't give us any information. We could get I don't even think we could find the average cost of the learning disability handicap versus the average cost of another handicap. it would be nice if we could do that. Because there is such a variance within these handicaps, the cost, and within an individual, based upon the IEP, there's a huge variance as well. And
So-
sometimes, in years ago, we used to be able to count a kid as being monitored when they're coming out of that IEP that they've had. We don't have that condition anymore. But if we'd had it, we would be funding a monitored child that's in the classroom and not really receiving any help now because they're on their way, they're exiting the IEP program. And that would have been funded at a huge amount of money. And I don't want to see administrators chasing this money, seeing that it provides a real huge hunk of dollar. You know, if you take your $6,000, multiply it by 4, that's a lot of money.
Right, right. So just sort of getting us back, no, and I absolutely appreciate that. But just getting us back to the bill so that we can going through the sections here. The what Senator Khan's talking about here is we have that information from the DOE 25s to, you know, the granularity that exists today, and we know for every school district with a certain a student population with certain characteristics and certain district characteristics, like how many students are in elementary, how many students in middle, how many students are in high school, and the budgets that are spent, the money that is spent in each of those elementary, middle, and high school. And we also know the outcome data for each of these districts. So it's using that mass of information for every district in the state, each of the district's specific outcomes, each of the district's specific student and school characteristics, that we can then calculate, and this is what Senator Khan's talking about in section 3, then calculate what a budget would be, or would predict what a budget should be in order for the outcome in any district to be a statewide average. So what would it be? What would a budget in Manchester need to be so that the average student in Manchester was performing at a statewide average, as opposed to the 5th percentile right now? What would the budget in Hopkinton need to be for the average student in Hopkinton to perform at a statewide average, as opposed to the 82nd percentile as is right now? So state average would be the 50th percentile. So some districts would see a foundation opportunity budget less than what they're currently spending. Some districts would see a foundation opportunity budget more than what they're currently spending, in order so that the average student in those districts is performing at a statewide average.
I understand all that, Representative Luno, and just take an example of Waterville Valley, what's happened in the last year. Their economy of scale, we talked about that a little bit previously here, size of school district, et cetera, and we know that it costs more to run a school with fewer students. Look at what's happened there by increasing by 70 students up there. The cost per pupil has gone down significantly. That's economy of scale. So I'm jumping off a little bit. I'm sorry. Let's keep going with the conversation here. Certainly, special services is going to be a larger discussion as we get going here in this whole thing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted,
Bill.
and I'm hoping this is what you have there. Thank you for letting me participate in this work session. I really appreciate it. Just to sum up, Senator Khan went through sections 2, 3, and 4 of the bill with his remarks. That's on page 2, page 3, and page 4.
Well, we haven't gone through all of page
No,
4.
I
We
agree,
haven't touched it yet.
But let me just, in terms of the concept, I just want us to take a step back. And I am kind of from the legal side of things, which education funding has been a legal issue that has plagued our state for decades now, that what Section 2 does is define adequate education as the statewide average. So there's the target. That's in terms of outcomes. What Section 3 does is determine the value of achieving that adequacy definition in each district. It differs by district because of the reasons Representative Luno said. And then what Section 4 does is provide an easy way to translate in terms of non-complicated data analysis, which is very similar to the way the state has done it in the past, of using weightings of data that is available, and Representative, not just outcome data. This is other data like free and reduced lunch, stuff that we're familiar with. And it uses that data to determine what amount is necessary in each district to allow it to achieve the definition of an adequate education. From a court perspective, this is one of the first bills that is so clear on how we're achieving the required constitutional effort using the shared governance that Representative Ains talked about between, and Representative Ladd, state and local government, maintaining that balance, which, as we all know, the evidence is clear. New Hampshire's common public school system, K through 12, is producing right now high quality outcomes for, on average. So our goal is, with this structure, defining adequate education in terms of a target performance level, costing what it costs to get there, to enable a district to get there given their unique circumstances. What we're trying to do is address opportunity gaps. Where in the state we have opportunity gaps, the state side of the partnership will lay in more support to help that district close the gap for its students between the target and where it is now. That's what sections 2, 3, and 4 do as a matter of concept. And it lays it out almost in a step-by-step way. Every 10 years, you've got to recalculate using new data, at least every 10 years, where the gap is. What that means is that for the first time, rather than the current system, which is based on cost, you could spend, $50 on computers in one district and $50 in computers on another district and get completely different performance levels depending on the unique attributes of those districts. What this does is actually set out data every 10 years at least that says, is that district with all its unique attributes achieving the goal of adequacy that is determined by this legislature? And so I just wanted to take a step back from the details and the weeds are the most important, always it is. But you've got to start with the concepts in a sense. And in 2, 3, and 4, just bang, what is the definition? It is not in terms of costs or dollars. It's in terms of a goal, an outcome. Because what do parents care about? They don't care about how much money a school is paying for a library. They care whether their child is getting a good outcome and being prepared for the world. And so this bill is more aligned with that. Today, we're able to have more data than we had 20 years ago, which allows us to make the shift at this time. And as a member of the commission, which Chairman Ladd was on, and the others here, what was magical is to hear from a national expert for the first time in New Hampshire, national expert, say that this data allows for a methodology that really truly focuses on results. And results is what we all focus on. I'm sorry, Representative Luno, I just wanted to take that step because the details are sometimes confusing, but the goals are clear. Thank you.
Okay, we're not at 30,000 feet. We're down about 25,000 feet now. Get us lower, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let's all just sort of turn to page 4 because I think that's where you'll recognize some similarity as Bill Arnger was speaking to. similarity between what's in the bill and what's in current statute. And so section 4 basically recodifies 198:40A, which is what determines the cost of an adequate education. So as Bill laid out, adequate education is based on performance, based on outcomes, based on results. The next section, how do you cost that out? And then this section, section 4, going on to page 4, how do you easily develop a formula to be able to determine what that cost for an average student in every district to have a statewide outcome? And these in this case they are called weights, but in another terminology, call them differentiated aid factors, which is what we have in the current statute. But through the analysis that was done in section 3, you can derive what the weights are, and specifically for a student that gets free and reduced price lunch, it would be 1.49 times the base. Remember, the base is $6,500. That's on line 30 on page 4, 6501. So the way you build up this cost of an adequate education for a school district to educate their students to a statewide outcome, it starts with the enrollment data. In this case, it's ADMA, and I think we are moving towards ADMR, as Nate and Mark have talked with us. So these are things that need to be done. But it's the enrollment times the base plus the number of students that are in free and reduced price lunch times the base times the weighting factor of 1.49. Same with special education, number of students in special education times the base times 4.29, and that gets to what Senator Khan was talking about from the earlier data, the cost of special education, and then on for English language learners, it's 2.2 is the factor, and then enrollment, total enrollment in a school district, and there's factors going from small schools, which would have a factor of 1.08, to larger schools, 0.57, 0.43, 0.24. Those are all in here, and then enrollment in, and actually the enrollment, what I was just reading from here is right out of the commission report. Those are specific points at enrollment levels, like 200 students, 600 students, 1,200 students, and the bill actually uses a smoothing factor in there so that you don't have a sort of a cliff effect when you're going from 200 students to 201 students. You would lose that funding, so it smooths that out, and then factors that also include weighting for middle grades 1.42 and high school at 0.42. So these factors, when taken all together, are really differentiated aid categories like what we have in present law, and provide the department the ability to annually calculate what the cost for a foundation opportunity budget for a school district to educate all of its students to a statewide outcome would be, much the way it calculates the cost of an adequate education now.
Are there any questions of Representative Luno or members of that team that are here right now? Yes, Representative Lakis?
Thank you. How did you come up, kind of briefly, how did you come up with the particular numbers that you did?
So thanks for the question, Representative Lakis. That's what Senator Khan was referring to, the regression analysis. And in this case, it would be called a multivariate regression analysis, where you take a look at the costs in every district, the costs that are broken down in the DOE 25, and the results, the student performance outcome that you get in that district, and you basically draw a line through the through every district in the state, and you do this not physically drawing a line, but through a multivariate regression analysis, and it basically associates the amount of each of those budgets that is associated with, let's say, free and reduced price lunch enrollment, or special education, number of students in special education, or the number of English language learners. And it tries to find, or I should say it finds, the best fit line that reduces the error, because not every district is going to spend exactly the same dollars on special education students, or exactly the same, have the same costs for free and reduced price lunch student, or an ELL student. Every district's going to be a little bit different. But when you take a look at all those districts across the state, you can actually find a best fit line that shows, well, on average, this is what the cost is, the cost impact is for, for in a budget for every free and reduced price lunch student, for every English language learner, for every special education, and then for the factors that pertain to district characteristics like school size, middle school, and high school. So that's I'm sorry, it's sort of like a long-winded, geeky answer on how you go about calculating it, but it is called a regression, a multivariate regression analysis, and we actually have full-throated briefs that were prepared by our research team who performed that, and would be happy to email you the links to those.
Thank you. So those are based on current spending is,
Correct. Based on FY19 spending.
okay, that's, yeah, thank you.
Yep. FY19 DOE 25s.
Okay, let's keep rolling.
So that sort of takes us through section 4, which is on page 4, and goes to the top of page 5, and we've sort of, I think Bill looks like he has had to maybe jump out and take a call, but we're on to section 5, and Bill was going to talk to that, but I'm happy to introduce it. So everything we've talked about so far gets us to a cost, a budget to get a district to a statewide outcome. Now we're talking about the funding side of this argument, of this plan, and the first thing that I think needs to be explained here is that, and this is really sort of, it's talked about in Roman 4, begins on line 28 on page 5, and while the foundation opportunity budget for every district has been calculated in section 4, this House Bill 1680 looks at, the way it's drafted here is 8 years, but we're really looking at a 10-year phase-in of this foundation opportunity plan. So I'll hand it over to Bill.
Thank you very much. And again, I apologize. Have some issues with my elderly parents in Cornish, New Hampshire, where I was a representative, and I was just, I had to step out for a minute. So thank you very much for letting me do that. So section 5 on page 5. This is almost the easiest part of the bill. It's simple math. It says, after you've defined what an adequate education is, after you've determined what the value of that adequate education is in every district based on the district circumstances, by getting a foundation opportunity budget, that's the amount of money that this methodology predicts is the amount they need to spend to achieve the statistical, the outcome goal that is our definition. What you have that foundation opportunity budget, how do you get from foundation opportunity budget to what we all care about, which is the state budget grant that each district gets? Take the foundation opportunity budget, which may be different by district, subtract from it an amount called the minimum local contribution. Minimum local contribution, remember Representative Ames, focusing on the finding, partnership between state government and local government, all integrated to achieve a goal, better outcomes for our students. What you do is the minimum local contribution is an amount that every district is required to put on the table towards local public education, K through 12, the common school that their kids are, that they're required to fund. What is that amount? We got to determine an amount. The minimum local contribution is $5 per thousand times the valuation of their tax base. So it's nothing tricky. Local communities have been determining things in terms of their local property tax base, which is the only tax base that New Hampshire's state government has granted power to local communities to raise dollars to fund a minimum contribution like this. So, foundation opportunity budget, let's assume for a community, it is $1 million. Minus the minimum local contribution. Let's assume $5 per thousand. Let's just assume right now 500,000. So you take the million minus the 500,000. What's the balance? 500,000. And then you multiply it by two percentages in this formula. One is an efficiency percentage, 95%. Why did we choose that? Because there's always a little bit, and I'm going to ask Dave Luno to talk about this a little bit more. There's always a little bit of differential between the perfect goal of statewide average and some various components that would say, let's make it 95%. Then you have to multiply it by another percentage. So we've got the million minus the 500,000 equals 500,000 times the 95%. Then we get to multiply by the transition percentage. Representative Luno already said, the reason we're transitioning this is not to shock any system. One of the failures over my years of working on ed funding, and I've worked on it since for decades, since 1993, with various elected officials, is that we're always jumping a whole system in place, and then there's stabilization aid, or there's hold harmless grants. It's very confusing. This is a nice, smooth glide path. The bill will need an amendment, and Representative Luno has referred to that. It is a goal of this group that came out of the commission is a 10-year flight plan, a glide path, so that you would start in the 70% range, and you would ultimately get up to 100%. So at the end of the 10-year period, there would be no more reduction as you're phasing in this grant level. For a community like Manchester, which has, as I think we can all recognize, has some of the greatest challenges of any community in terms of just attributes like special ed, like poverty, like size of district and things like that. It's got some challenges. They would see an increase in their grant level. Other communities, so would Claremont, where I went to high school at Stevens many years ago. Other communities would not see an increase in their grant. And we'll get to that. There is protection in this 10-year plan for those communities. But basically, when you take section 5 from line 8 on page 5 all the way down through to on page 6 to section 6, it is a simple math. What's my grant? It's your foundation budget minus your minimum local contribution times your percentages equals your grant. Who determines it? DOE does, just the same way they do now. When do they report it? Similar timeframes for reporting. How do communities count on it when they're preparing their budgets? Because it is clearly in the law. It is simple math. They know what it's going to be under Section 4 and Section 3. Thank you for that summary of Section 5.
Okay, questions on Section 5, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure I understand this now. So currently, District A is getting $1 million from the state. There's a possibility that that the grant, the opportunity grant here, would be more than that for some districts, and less than that for other. So if it's a district that's getting $1 million now, in the future it might get significantly more because of the formula used to determine how much it costs to get their kids to the goal. Other districts might get significantly less than what they're getting now because their kids are above the goal already. Is that how this is playing out?
Essentially, in a concept, it works that way, but under the structure of this bill, because of section, the upcoming section,
Yeah.
there's a transition or hold harmless grant.
Right.
That means if you were a district like, let's say, for example, Hanover,
Yeah.
which has,
Yeah.
Is getting the same amount of money per pupil now that
Yeah.
Claremont gets,
Yeah.
they would get a lower grant level, but they'd get compensated for a period of time by the hold harmless grant that's in there. So in the first year of the operation,
Yeah.
they see zero decrease
Right.
in their grant.
But eventually, over the course of the 10 years, their amount of money coming from the state would be less at the end of 10 years than it is currently.
In some cases, that could be the case, but it's important, Representative Porter, to recognize that there's two things going on here. That transition percentage is going from the 70% area to 100.
Yeah.
There's going to be communities that would experience in the first year a lower grant, but they're held harmless by the hold harmless grant. By the time they reach the end of the 10-year phase-in, they have higher grant levels than what they had in the base year.
Okay, so can I have a follow-up? So the communities now that are collecting, maybe this is mixing apples and oranges, but kind of how my brain is this morning. I'm kind of a fruit salad.
You're making me hungry.
So we have some communities in the state who collect, we talk about the swept tax, I don't know if we're getting it, but they collect more swept tax than the state owes them,
Yes.
and they keep it. Under this plan, I haven't gotten to the end of the bill yet, so maybe the answer will be there. Under this plan, will they be held harmless?
You foreshadowed a subsequent presentation because it is in the bill. May
Okay.
I defer on your question
That's
until we
fine,
get
yep.
there? Thank you very much for that question.
So, in looking at the Londonderry case, how is this scheme going to meet constitutionality of providing the amount of money for adequacy to every child?
May I answer?
Because
Representative
that
Ames-
will be a question which is going to pile on us.
I think that question underlies and plagues every discussion of education funding this state has had since 1997. You're absolutely right to ask it. And every proposal, whether it's a change of the current system or whether it's this more fundamentally, what I believe is a fundamentally sound system, is going to ask that. Here's what I think the answer is. This bill satisfies the requirements of all the Claremont cases, including Claremont 2, Londonderry, the King Plan case, which I presented to the Supreme Court back in '99. It satisfies it. In my view, as one person, other lawyers, other people may have different views. Here's why I think it satisfies it. The Claremont cases say that the state legislature has substantial authority to provide a constitutionally adequate public education for every child in the state. But they cannot shirk that duty. They must take steps to do it. This bill is a completely integrated system that establishes a common integrated goal, the foundation opportunity budget, with a definition of adequacy that is about outcomes, which many cases, Representative Ladd, that the court has written, talk about that the legislature has broad discretion of doing this. And what happens is the working of the state grant and the minimum local contribution together make sure that every community is required to put together a system that will achieve that outcome goal through at least the combination of their foundation opportunity grant and their minimum local contribution. There will be some who will argue that the minimum local contribution component doesn't pass muster because it is using a local property tax resource to meet the local appropriation requirement. And there will be some towns, all we're trying to get to is the foundation opportunity budget. Under this system, there will be some towns that their property tax base is sufficient that they can fund their appropriation requirement, the minimum local contribution, through their local base, and they don't need a grant to get there. Some will argue that that's using local property taxes to fund public education. This court has never been presented with a plan that is so integrated, that is so well balanced to focus on one key definition for every community. And this court has never said that you can't have local property taxes used to fund public education. Never has said that. It's never said that the local government units, that local control mean nothing anymore. They said the opposite. This program balances the need for I believe local investment of local communities through local government is one of the driving reasons that New Hampshire produces high quality outcomes from its current common public school system. And this bill preserves it. And I think if we make the right case to the Supreme Court, they will focus on the language that they've said, where the legislature is the leader in terms of determining the policy here, and they will ultimately support this kind of integrated proposal. In contrast, the court's going to be hard pressed to support something on the current cost system where, someone says it's $3,709 per pupil, and everywhere in Hanover as in Claremont, I think the court sees that as being less reasonable, less rational. But that's a case that's pending right now. That's in trial. That's the Conval case. But on this bill, Representative Ladd, I think that this could withstand muster because it's an integrated plan to hit a foundation opportunity budget through a partnership of local appropriation and state appropriation.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Representative Ames, I know.
Okay, Dick, were you going to say something then? I know that Representative Porter has a comment or a question.
I always welcome Representative Porter's questions.
Okay.
You'll be sorry, Representative, that you said that. I might be jumping ahead again. If a community wants to spend more, they can raise their taxes to do so. I mean, if this says you guys need $1 million to run your schools, and they say, no, we want $1.5 million, we can raise our taxes to do that, right?
Absolutely, I'll respond.
Okay.
It's in the bill.
Okay, and is there not a clause in the Constitution that requires that it be what we give to it has to be equal across? I mean, my understanding was at one point that the reason that the formula came up that we have now came up was because every child has to get the same has to be equal for every child.
I think it's different that the equality relates to the opportunity. The opportunity to be educated, to have a good education, or the phrase used in New Hampshire is an adequate education. And what it takes to provide that is a different question. And this bill, as you've heard, looks very closely at a bunch of variables and comes down on the place where it's different from district to district. Yeah, I just wanted to just say, echo really, and support what Bill Ardinger said in terms of constitutionality. I think the New Hampshire Supreme Court has never been presented with a situation where the irregularity, the high variability of local tax rates as it related to funding of schools had some rationality to it. This bill tries to put it all together. When we're talking about that adequate education level in a rational way, using weighting and so forth, and then gets to a funding formula that also is a sensible, reasonable way of putting this together. So the entirety of the bill is what the court will look at in the context that the bill seeks to create. And I think there's a very good chance, a high probability that it will be supported. The court has used language in the past that gives one pause if you look at the language in those cases. But those cases had a context that was very different from the one that we will be presenting. So I've come down, I've thought long and hard about this as we've sat through endless, along with you, Representative Ladd, endless commission meetings, and I've learned a lot. It's been a good experience, and it's enormously complicated, but I think the court too will learn and support this if this is where we come out.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to move ahead if we can. We're just getting a lot of this bill here, and there's a lot of discussion that we will have, I'm sure. That's, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, but so that we got to keep moving here, Representative Luno. So can you walk us through some of the additional points?
Absolutely. Let me just tell you where we're marking where we're at right now. We have gone through the heaviest part of this bill, and I think we can start to pick up some speed as we go through the remaining sections.
Oh, I'm sure people would love to talk about SWEP.
So, well, we're going to be getting into that very shortly.
So,
But let me just hand it back over to Bill to take us through section 6 on page 6, which I think he's spoken to a lot of it right now.
I'm not going to drag it out, Representative Luno, because we kind of talked about the minimum local contribution part.
Yep.
And we're going to talk about, Representative Porter's question about SWEPT comes up in just a moment.
mhm.
The piece in section 6 that I'd like to focus on additionally is on page 7 at line 4 through line 32. This is the transition grant component. So if you are a community where it sees your foundation opportunity grant being less than a base year, which in this bill is fiscal year 2023, but in an amendment that is being prepared by Representative Luno and team, it may be a different year, and I think you should confirm that.
Yeah.
That what'll happen is, in the first year, you get 100% of the difference, and then that phases down. In other words, it's saying to the local school district, you know, for example, don't want to pick on Hanover, but it's right near Claremont. We used to play them basketball and stuff like that. So, in that case, it says to Hanover, we're going to focus our priority a little bit more on districts that have greater need to achieve and close that opportunity gap. Because children, and this is Representative Myler's thing, children in Claremont, even if I live in Concord, are my children when I'm in New Hampshire. And so we're going to focus on Claremont. But in the first year, don't worry, we'll hold you harmless in this bill. And I just wanted to say that phases out over about a 5-year period. And the goal, Representative Porter, as I mentioned, is by the end of these 2 phases, phase in of the foundation opportunity budget to 100%, phase out of the hardship grant, the goal is to get the number of school districts that are receiving lower grants down to a manageable level. DOE is doing the real good data work right now. We'll be able to, I think, determine from their work what that is.
So I guess the question I would have on the whole thing in this transition, where are you coming up with the funds to support this transition? I see in the bottom here ARPA and some of the other stuff, but I'd like to have us have a little bit of discussion on that if we can here.
I'll start it, but then let the other. We have seen other. Let's take it in your answer. Provide the answer in 2 parts, Representative Black. One part is the core of the Foundation Opportunity Plan ends up spending the same amount of state dollars as this state currently has in its education trust fund. It's being spent out of state property tax dollars in fiscal year 2030. So the goal is to fund the shift to foundation opportunity budgets with the same amount of dollars that are in the current governmental plan.
Are you including the excess
No.
from the statewide education
Yes,
property tax?
absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Okay.
The second part of the plan is how do you fund these hardship grants? In other states, they have taken, like Massachusetts, they have taken the opportunity to make equity changes in their public school funding system, and they have funded transitions to that using federal ARPA dollars and other federal grant dollars. This bill contemplates using available federal. I was on Gopher, and so I worked very closely on that process. I've continued to work with the current Gopher and the BFA on other programs. So I know that these dollars exist, and the goal would be to have this legislature consider this part of this bill to be an important priority to protect communities from shocks in their budget and to take steps to allocate some of those federal dollars to fund this relief.
Has there been any discussion with folks that have the ARPA and the CARES Act funds? Has there been any kind of discussion with these people to determine whether there's an acceptance? I don't want to see a hold harmless become stabilization.
Very fair. I'm going to answer, and then I'm going to be quiet for the representatives who are currently elected. But I'll say there has not been that kind of discussion, largely because I feel my own personal feeling is it's presumptuous. This committee starts first in this process, and you've started a process of study. But your concern is how to fund stuff is a very valid concern.
Thank you.
Right, but I think, and I think that's a very good question, Rick, on this. Nobody wants to see these transition grants turn into stabilization. And one of the very important things about the design of the Foundation Opportunity Plan is that it does not rely on $157 million of stabilization to shore up a formula that doesn't work for many, many, many school districts across the state. What we'll see next week and be able to explore is really how this does work for school districts financially across the state, and how it works without the need of $157 million of stabilization that's plugged in and static and hasn't moved, since it was put in 2012, something like that.
Well, there was a small hold harmless even back in 2008, but that was
Right.
much more than
Right, but
$25 million.
Yeah. So really important to look at the fact that that this transition grant is a 5-year transition. it is fixed in terms of what its costs are, and so it can be identified prior to the plan going in place in terms of where the source of funds would be. Could certainly come out of other resources too, but the way the bill, what we're envisioning is that this would be a very appropriate use of federal ARPA dollars in order to help us transition into a program like this.
Are we going to, in future meetings we have here, we have just a couple more of them, are you going to have a spreadsheet where we could actually see, for example, are we talking $157 million? Are we talking to make the transition work, or how much are you looking for?
It's more like $250 million
Okay.
in that ballpark, but that's total. That's total over the 5 years.
Okay, so it's spread out over 5,
Yeah.
so it would be,
More in the first year, less in the second year, tapering down.
so, and at the bottom line is 200,
Approximately $250 million.
let's keep marching.
Yep. So I think we're on to section. We've now covered just sort of reviewing the bidding here. We've covered the definition of adequacy. We've covered costing, and we've covered funding. Now we're taking a look at some of the, I don't want to call them edge cases because they're all over the state, but cooperative school districts, and there's nobody better than Representative Ames, since he represents towns that are in cooperative school districts, to talk through this.
I've got three cooperative school districts, so just a small number. This is just a little detour that we don't need to spend any time on. It's to ensure that the funding that is calculated for a municipality following the formula that Mr. Ardinger just laid out, where there's a minimum local contribution and a grant, all based on characteristics of the school district, is not that those conclusions, those amounts are not then reapportioned based on a cooperative school formula. So what will be apportioned, continue to be apportioned, is any spending in that school district above the adequacy level. That will be subject to the usual cooperative school apportionment formulas, but for the adequacy grants, we wanted to be sure that they stay intact and what they should be for each municipality. I believe this language does that. We can get into the weeds, I suppose, and try to make sure that that's the case, but we just wanted no reapportionment of the grants going to that have been determined under this bill.
Representative Porter.
So again, that means that Hillsborough Deering, there's going to be one figure for the Deering kids and one figure for the Hillsborough kids. And that's what the budget will be, or the grant will be. It won't be all those kids smushed together and one figure for them. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I
There will
understood.
be one grant for Deering and one grant for Hillsborough.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm sorry, Linda's got a.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to expand it a little bit further, I represent part of the Kearsarge district, 8 schools, 8 towns. So each town would then have its own, could you explain that to me, how that works? I see it with Hillsborough Deering, but.
The way a school district develops a budget, and the budget in most cases will continue to be above what we're talking about here, then it subtracts out federal money that it may receive and special grants that it may receive, like we talked about special education, the special grant straight from the state that goes to the school district. Now it's at a point that money will then be apportioned according to the school formula. You've got 8 municipalities. I'm sure there's quite a range of percentages. And now you've got an apportioned value that goes to each of those municipalities. Deducted from that will be the adequacy grant that has been figured under this bill for that municipality. And then the municipality will contribute the $5 plus whatever extra is needed to meet that apportioned amount.
It's been a long time since I've really delved into the cooperative school district budget, but it seemed to me the apportionment was based on ADM, and part of it on that, and part of it on the tax base of the town. And I'm not sure how that splits up when you're counting ADM in the foundation grant as well.
We're trying not to mix the two.
Okay.
Yeah. We can go through that in detail. We'll see if this is part of the bill that the OLS will be giving us numbers on. Not OLS, the other one. LBA, sorry. Will be giving us numbers on. So we'll see whether we've done it right or not.
Okay.
The goal is to not have what's done here refigured through a cooperative apportionment process.
Okay, that makes more
Yeah,
sense.
are you going to try to steer clear of those agreements in these cooperative districts between the districts and how they apportion the dollars?
Well, just like, no, we're going to try to maintain the integrity of this system and respect the apportionment formulas as they apply to funds that need to be properly apportioned for each district.
Wow. Representative Mullen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So let me just strip this down, if you will, Representative. So these amounts that communities will be receiving, under this plan, those amounts are going to be determined by real live kids with real live needs, not just whether or not the kid exists, but whether or not they have English learner needs, special education needs, poverty needs.
Right.
So in the cooperative districts, or in all districts for that matter, the money that's coming in is going to be determined by how much of that needs to be offset. The ELL needs, the special ed needs, right? Because communities with higher numbers will have higher needs.
Yeah.
Am I correct in boiling it down to that?
And the grant money will reflect those needs.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Based upon the sending or the participant district or the co-op as a whole. I guess
So
I got that. I guess I need to see a
yeah,
spreadsheet.
so just like what the DOE does right now, where they provide the adequacy grant on a municipal level, even if you're a member of a co-op, the number of students, let's say in Hillsborough, and the number of students in Deering, and each will get a grant calculation from the department. Hillsborough will have a foundation opportunity budget as calculated in sections 3 and 4 on this. Deering will get a foundation opportunity budget. Hillsborough Deering Co-op might have, I'm making it up, maybe 2/3 of their budget comes from Hillsborough, 1/3 of their budget comes from Deering. I mean, I don't know, whatever it happens to be. But prior to they get to that part, Deering would contribute its foundation opportunity budget into the mix. Hillsborough would put its foundation opportunity budget into the mix. Remember, the foundation opportunity budget is made up by the local minimum contribution plus any additional money that comes from the state to get you there. And then whatever's left, what is short, whatever Hillsborough Deering Co-op approves as a budget, if it's greater than that, then those dollars would be subject to the co-op agreement. the foundation opportunity budget is calculated the same way that, I mean, very similar, you know, according to a formula, how the cost of inadequate education is calculated today.
Yeah, I was driving towards this CAT aid type situation. The CAT aid's paid by the co-op, but the cost of that specific child or program service shouldn't go back to that sending district, should it? Or how's that going to be handled?
The CAT aid.
I know CAT aid is, we're not
Yeah,
talking.
no, it's special education aid.
Yeah, well, that's right, special ed aid.
Right, right. I believe that's done on a reimbursement basis to
Okay,
the,
so
to the
we're not
district,
impacting
lagging,
that at all.
lagging by 1 year.
Okay,
Right.
that's totally a separate picture
And that's,
still.
and that categorical grant is taken out of the DOE 25 costs that are being used
I
in
got
sections
that,
3
so
and
I
4.
just didn't want to
Right.
get into this,
Right.
mixing them together here.
So if you would like, Mr. Chair, I think we can get through the next few sections. Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry.
Alicia had one
Yeah,
question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we've come up with this formula for each community based on the needs in the community. And we're making sure that when we go to the cooperative school district, that each community is still separately getting their needs met, you know, the money for their needs, and then potentially plus whatever else, which will be divided according to the thing. But my question is, we've given this money to, you know, looked at each individual community and figured out what the needs of that community are. But then once all that money goes to the cooperative district, how are we making sure that it gets spent on those individual needs?
So I think thank you for the question, Representative Lekas. I think the important thing to recognize in Section 4, Sections 3 and Section 4, in building that foundation opportunity budget for every municipality, whether they operate their own school district or whether they're members of a cooperative or regional school district, is that foundation opportunity budget or those foundation opportunity budgets for, in the case of a cooperative or regional, is for the school district to educate all of the students to that outcome. And that's how these have been calculated. That's how the foundation opportunity budget is calculated. So like we talked about earlier, different school districts may spend different amounts on whether it's special education or English language learning or programs for students across their in their school district, whether it's extracurricular or co-curricular activities, advanced placement classes, stuff like that. They have discretion to spend it the way the school board would like, and that's part of that partnership between state and local governments. And we're going to be getting into the accountability section very, very soon. Hoping we're going
We
to.
had one more question.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
this, right now, all this is, we don't target money. You receive the pot of money, you district use the money. But that's always an age-old question, accountability. But
Representative Cordelli, could I just supplement Dave's answer to and then I'll shut up. You're asking, how do we know that this is being used in a way to achieve these goals? One thing we don't do is disrupt local government agreements. So the cooperative agreements right now are operating. This bill doesn't alter those at all. But the other thing we know is there's a 10-year, at least, even shorter, check on whether the opportunity gaps are being closed or not. That's in the accountability section that you'll see. And that is more aggressive and coordinated checking on whether we're achieving performance goals than any education funding proposal that I've seen yet in the last 3 decades. And one of the things the Supreme Court mandated in its Claremont cases was a system that doesn't have accountability is not a constitutional system. this proposal has greater accountability than any one I've seen to date.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just wondering, we talked about a little bit about co-ops. How about districts that tuition their students to either another district or to a private school? How would they fit into this system?
So thanks for the question, Representative Cordelli. So the same way schools that the same way municipalities that do operate their own public schools, they'll receive a foundation opportunity budget as calculated by their as calculated by the students that they serve and the characteristics of the district that they're in, and then that any additional resources that they need over and above that foundation opportunity budget, they would raise through local property taxes. If the foundation opportunity budget was insufficient to meet the tuition levels that are required by that district or required in the tuition agreement, and then they'd proceed forth with that. But very much the same as the way that it happens right now, between the minimum local contribution, the grant that comes from the state, comprising that foundation budget, and then any additional costs that municipality would incur through tuition agreements. They'd have to make up the difference, and just as they do today.
You have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. Just wondering how that would work, though, with some of the criteria in the formula, such as the size of the school district. Would that be the size of the school district of the sending district, or they might be sending it to a district that's considerably larger? Would you be factoring in the size of the school that those kids are actually going to?
That's exactly it, Representative Cordelli. You'd factor in the size, the characteristics of the district that they're attending, or the school that they're attending.
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, so then that section should read the size of the school district that they are of attendance rather than resident. So you're talking ADMA and ADMR, and that would have to be defined in here, correct?
I think that's I think that's a very good suggestion. Yes.
Yeah, they do that basically now with their tuition agreements. I know there's one school district below me that sends to 5 different high schools, and of all different sizes and costs. Those adjustments are going to have to be made by that sending district. Okay, let's go on here.
All right, we'll keep going. We're at the top of page 9, and I think we can get through this very quickly. And Dick, do you want to speak to these, or I'm happy to move through? So a lot of this we've already talked about. The Section 8 actually defines what that minimum foundation budget contribution is for every municipality in the state. And as was said earlier, it's the lower of $5 per thousand as a local education property tax, or such a lower rate, and I'm on line 9 on the top of page 8, or such lower rate that that is sufficient to raise the amount of local funds necessary to reach the foundation opportunity budget. So there will be some municipalities across the state that that will be paying less than $5 per thousand in order to get to that number. Section 9, let's see, Section 9 here. Oh, basically it's I would call it housekeeping, but it basically adds the transition grants as being an expense that can be carried through the Education Trust Fund. So the Education Trust Fund would see, transfers of, at least based on this, ARPA funds sufficient to meet the needs of the demands of the transition grants going through the Education Trust Fund. And now we really get into Section 10, which really begins accountability. And I think this goes to what Representative Porter had asked earlier. And this is amended, an amendment to existing language. So not all of it, only the bold fonts are where changes are made. But you can see as you turn over to page 9 and into page 10, it actually ends on halfway down page 10. But and I'm not going to get into all of these different pieces of data, and this doesn't have to be an exhaustive list either. But these are things that that the department would be collecting from every municipality or every school district on the DOE 25, and some of these things would be able to be used for measuring results, student performance, student outcomes. And some of them may be helpful as far as being able to consider other differentiated aid factors. You know, do we have the right factors between free and reduced price lunch, English language learning, and special education? Maybe that's what we use right now, but there may be others as well. And so, so these would be data that could be collected by the department and used both in outcome determinations as well as future funding formulas. As Bill Arnger mentioned, the formula would be updated, certainly no less frequently than every 10 years. And so this would give the state the opportunity, or the department the opportunity, to consider information. Going into section 11, we really get into the accountability pieces, and you can see on line 34 on page 10 where we talk about the specific data that ties into student outcomes, performance on statewide assessment tests, graduation rates, attendance rates, and looking at what would be the lowest performing 20% of schools, and I think there's got to be a lot of work on this. I mean, this is not an area to be taken lightly, and it's not something that we want to be considered to be punitive or pejorative, or you're a bad school district or anything like that. We want this to be constructive and really put the state in a position through the department where we can lend a hand to provide districts that geez, you know, we're using the money where we thought it would be best, but it just doesn't happen to be working that way. Well, what can the state suggest to do? How can you help? And that's where things begin really taking up on page 11 on line 8, starting in section 12, with a local education improvement plan, and it's created by the superintendent of these districts, but also with the support from the commissioner, and to put together a turnaround plan for these lowest performing 20% of schools. So you're not saying that these are bad schools, but you're constantly looking for improvement, and this is the bottom 20 is something that has been actually is used in a lot of businesses as well during employee reviews. So it does provide feedback, support from the department. Again, you've got sort of at the middle of page 11, lines 24 through 27, where you're looking at how budgets are being spent and whether or not that spending is really efficient to drive outcomes. And one of the things that tends to be true, and I think Mr. Ardinger asked me to comment on it earlier about spending efficiency. um, it wiggles around a little bit, and it usually ties to it's pretty tight to the resources that are available in a community. So in a community that has access to a lot of resources through high property wealth per pupil, you may actually see some less efficient spending than in a district, let's say, Newport, which has one of the highest local education tax rates in the state. They're looking to spend that money as efficiently as possible. So, having the state come in and being able to help administrations, help school administrators identify spending efficiency is part of those turnaround plans. Let's see, where we're going on to 12, and we're going to get page 12, and we're going to get into, I think, some wrap up the accountability section. Let's see. I think at the top of page 12, we're really talking about sort of deeper analysis on student outcomes, what sort of things what additional factors could be considered in terms of student outcomes, safety and discipline, again, achievement on tests, college readiness, so looking at like line 10, and some of the things that I think Representative Porter was talking about, and then beginning on line 14, we go into section 13, where and this is a very interesting. This is a new area where we talk about persistent disparities, and where certain subgroups, and again, these subgroups could be identified through data collection that's currently happening, or through the new data collection that's part of this accountability section. And how are subgroups performing in terms of outcomes, and how can the state, through requesting a 3-year plan from local administrators, help to improve? And that's where results for students in these subgroups, and that's really what you see on the bottom of page 12, beginning in Roman 3, and there's a few things suggested here. The budget, evidence-based programs. Sorry about that. I'm trying to move us quickly through this. Now on page 13, line 13, identification of outcome metrics that are being used by the district, and then line 20, how will the district help to improve parent engagement in their students' learning? So these are things that are really long term. It's particularly in the persistent category of persistent disparities, and they may not be able to be. You may not be able to measure differences in any given month or in any given year, but hopefully seeing those disparities taper down or close those gaps as over the long term, based on the plans jointly put together by the local administrators and the department. So that brings us to the page of the top of page 14, and we really swing now into revenue policy, and I would love to turn it back over to Mr. Ardinger and Representative Ames to drive us through this.
Yeah, so we're looking at section 14 on page 14, and then skipping a few, picking up again at section 18 on page 16 through 23, and these all have to do with the statewide education property tax. We start with the section 14, where we're simply reaffirming that we're staying at the same level that we will have been at. We will be at the $363 million level according to this. There's just no attempt to change the level, and that's what the education tax will revert to after fiscal year 23, which, as you know, is down to 263. That's all that section 14 does. And then in the other sections, I did provide you with a one-pager for these tax sections. The reason that was easy for me to do is that these sections are also exactly the same as the sections that are in House Bill 504, which is a bill that Ways and Means handled and which has been sent to interim study by vote of the House in January. So we've simply put those sections into this bill because we think they're an integral part and very important to this bill with respect to the property tax aspects of the bill. There is a key provision in 504 and in this bill that Mr. Ardinger will speak to, and that is relates to what we all call excess swept. So, Bill.
Thank you. In this bill, under current law, there is a requirement that every community pay statewide property tax at a rate that's established sufficient to get to the $363 million target. It's 263 for one of the years, and then it goes back to 363. The issue is, for some communities, that rate is not fully enforced. In 2011, there was an amendment to our state revenue statutes that said, whereas before, all communities had to calculate their state property tax, and to the extent they were able to use it to meet their adequate education grant target, they would keep it all. But some communities raised so much money that it was far above their adequate education number. And prior to 2011, they had to take that excess and pay it to the state treasurer. So their taxpayers were paying at the same rate that every other taxpayer in the state was. In 2011, that was changed. So no longer did a community which had excess state property tax were they required to pay it to the state. And what we heard in the commission is that many local administrators are really using that money to reduce the tax rates in those communities, meaning that some taxpayers in property wealthy communities are paying a lower rate for a state tax than other taxpayers. In connection with House Bill 504, I wrote a letter to Representative Norm Major, the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. This letter is provided to you on your work group. And what it says is that we may not be facing a current lawsuit here yet, but this is a big risk. And we're talking about literally hundreds of millions of dollars every year that are potentially being collected through an unconstitutional tax. That should be something that the state of New Hampshire cares about when it's preparing its offering statements and dealing with potential litigation risks. What this bill does is, following up with the commission, is say we're not going to take that risk anymore, we're going to correct it. And so every taxpayer in the state would be required to pay the state property tax rate collected by their local community, but the local community administration would then turn those amounts over to the state treasurer minus cost of administration. And what that is designed to do is, number one, eliminate this constitutional threat to the finances of the state of New Hampshire. And that's in this bill. It's very, very important to, in my view, eliminate this risk.
Just to finish this part of it, the other changes that are in the bill that relate to to the statewide education property tax, go at, amend the low and moderate income relief program, property tax relief program that's, that is an integral part of the SWIFT system. And to say it in shorthand, it provides more relief and higher eligibility, and more people will be eligible. And it also extends that relief to the local property tax as well as the statewide property tax. So it adds those two together, and then the relief is calculated against whatever the bill is that's come to the particular property tax payer. And that means a larger sum, a larger amount of relief can be granted. The bill includes a cap on the total amount that of relief that will be available. I believe it's $25 million, and that would come out of the excess SWIFT, or the money that has come into the state treasury as a result of this tax. So I think that's the gist of the statewide education property tax provisions.
And if I might add one thing to this. So there's been an issue over the last decades in school funding about donor towns, donor towns, donor towns. This is what we've been talking about, is the solution to the donor town problem. I remember asking someone from a donor town in the administration of their government, do you, the town, pay property tax? Do you pay property tax? The answer, of course, is no. No town or city pays property tax. Who pays it? Taxpayers pay it. Individual taxpayers. The solution that Representative Ames has identified has an elegance to it, in my view, which is, we're not going to provide tax relief to an entire city and town, which is then distributed to taxpayers who may need the benefit and taxpayers who don't. What we're going to do instead is refocus that to provide targeted relief for taxpayers who have the greatest need. Those are low and moderate income property tax owners. And so when the donor towns come and say, hey, under this plan, which may have a constitutionally positive thing about it, we're going to be a donor town again. Remember, they don't pay taxes. Their taxpayers do. And this bill provides the most robust property tax relief that I've seen in, and I've been a tax lawyer in New Hampshire. I served on the Ways and Means Committee when I was 19 years old. In that whole time, this is real property tax relief, but it's not given to towns or cities and all indiscriminately to all their taxpayers. It's given to targeted individual taxpayers with low and moderate income needs.
Representative Boom.
Thank you. Yeah, I've always said in my town, I mean, it's not a statewide property tax, it's the local property tax, because it never leaves the town. And I agree with you. I think this maybe should be a separate bill. I mean, it's been there. I mean, it should be. I mean, yeah, 504 is it? Yeah, because it's not a statewide property tax if it doesn't leave your town. I mean, come on. I mean, and that's why I said let's do away with it, because it doesn't help. In my town, it's your property tax, the two together. So, hey, let's use it as a statewide property tax, because we know there are some towns that don't have schools and they're keeping the money. I mean, it should go to the state as a statewide property tax. Just one of my comment. Thank you.
Representative Tanner.
Yes, this is an area probably I get hammered from because of Sunapee in my district. And one of the arguments with Sunapee is, and obviously other towns that are in the same category as Sunapee, is that, yes, we have a grand list that's, very large, but at the same time, within that town, we have a certain number of property owners who have low incomes or fixed incomes, and it's not reflected in, our taxes because the property is assessed so high, in our area. And it's gone out of sight in the last 2 years with, COVID. Our assessments have, really gone crazy. So how do I go back to that town and explain to them what this all means and why they shouldn't consider themselves a donor town?
Well, first, I wish you luck. And then I would say that there are 2 points that need to be made. One is the law, that from a constitutional point of view, this is a statewide tax. It's collected with the help of the local assessors and so forth, but it is a statewide tax, and all statewide taxes get paid into the state treasury and then paid out, and that's how this should be. And the second thing is that is the property tax relief part of this, and this enables for the people in your district, in Sunapee, that are hurting because of the tax levels, even though on the whole Sunapee looks like a wealthy district. I'm sure there are people in there who are either because of temporary circumstances or for the long haul unable to keep up with the rise in the property tax bill. This provides a vehicle for relief. I should have said that there's a provision in here that caps the individual relief that will be provided at $1,000. Now that too could be changed, but we're trying to assert some control over cost in putting this thing together. But $1,000 can be a big piece of a bill. So we're not talking about peanuts here. We're talking about real relief.
One way, Representative, it's interesting, you might have different constituents come to you. One might be someone who owns, and I grew up in Cornish, used to go to Sunapee all the time as a little high school kid. It might come to you, I got a second home on Job's Creek, and it's worth millions of dollars, and how come I'm paying this full tax at the rate? There's another person who might come to you who says, I've owned this property with my family, this cabin on Job's Creek, and I haven't sold it yet to have it rebuilt, and the taxes are killing me, and I'm on a fixed income. The answer that this bill gives is, we have a state tax, and everyone's going to pay tax at the same rate. Everybody. But we've also provided special targeted tax relief for you because you need it more. And I think that's the answer that is as direct as possible, whereas the prior donor town concept is really shielding that it's tax relief for wealthy property taxpayers and needy taxpayers alike. And I think that's why this is a step forward for more effective tax policy.
Representative Ladd, I mean, okay.
Representative Woodcock, did you do that again? It's a daisy chain somewhere along the way. Yours is on.
That's a whole process. We just turn it on from here.
Well, I guess we can probably tag team this a little bit, and if folks are okay, I'll just try to pronunciate a little more. Again, Chuck Lloyd, president up at White Mountains Community College. I've been in the community college system for about 19 years or so now. First at NHTI in Concord, now up north. Up north we serve Littleton, Berlin, North Conway, and we're online. The question, Representative Ladd, is about 2+2s, 3+1s, any articulation, and the short answer is yes, we do a little of all of that. We do a significant amount of 2+2, where students will come for 2 years, get their associate degree, and that entire package, if you will be taken on to the university system, whether it's Plymouth, Keene, Granite State College has been a great partner in the past, and also, in our northern New Hampshire, Plymouth State University. One program I like to speak to is our North Country Teacher certification program. What that is our students will come through our White Mountains Community College teacher education program for 2 years. They will stay on and complete their bachelor's degree in Berlin at the Berlin campus through Plymouth State University. That's our great relationship with Plymouth. And they end up getting a bachelor's degree physically on the Berlin campus. It just happens to be Plymouth State's degree. So it saves our students the commuting back and forth to Plymouth, which, I know Plymouth, I can say this because I'm a graduate of Plymouth State. Plymouth says they're in the North Country. There's a lot more further north beyond Plymouth. So our students who are in Berlin, it would be an hour and 15 minutes, back and forth. So that's one of the models. We're also looking at 3+1 types of models in other programs, whereas students can complete their associate degree and then maybe go into a different program, for example, liberal arts, get another 24 to 30 credits.
I'll only add to that, the one unique program that you referenced, Representative Ladd, is the RN to Bsn program, which is specifically set up as a 3+1 program where the students are taking 90 credits through the community college system. The last 30 credits taken through Granite State College on behalf of the university system are still done at the community college system tuition rate, so adding to the savings for students, making it that much more affordable. Well, it's currently a Granite State College degree.
But on July 1st of 2023,
That's right.
it may be a UNH degree.
Will it say UNH Manchester or UNH?
Nope.
UNH.
University of Manchester. For the committee's education, one other thing, the New England Board of Higher Ed in southern New Hampshire worked on in southern New England worked on I didn't get a copy of it. Jennifer put together the articulation agreements. I did look. There are 28 degrees at programs at UNH with articulation agreements with all of the
Yes and yes. I guess number one, I guess this is working now. Number one, if a student knows as they're coming into White Mountains Community College where they want to eventually transfer, that's ideal. You know, whether it's Plymouth State working with a block transfer, which has been very successful, or if a student, you know, knows they want to eventually go to UNH but start their first 2 years. If you know in advance, we can work backwards, and that's probably the easiest to do. The second part of this, when you mention, you know, if a student figures out along the way, say they get a year, year and a half in, the exact moment they know where they want to go, what they want to do, we connect them with an advisor. You know, Matt and I communicate all the time to say, all right, you want to go to Plymouth? Let's start mapping out what do you have done so far? How will that apply? But also, what do you take next? How much can you take? You know, the relationship with Plymouth has been great because it's not necessarily Plymouth to say, all right, let's get you as fast as we can. Let's get you when it makes sense for you. In that, okay, if you stay another semester, you can save some money. You don't need to come down yet because you can get your general education out of the way. Now you're getting into the core discipline, you know, walking in as a junior. Now's the time where you'll want to come down and figuring out what that looks like. So there is it's a constant back and forth. To say it's, you know, perfect and lined up at every single way, no, it's very customized.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Sort of the same idea. I was just wondering, is there a reason, and I'm probably wrong, is there a reason why students can't take 2 years at any of the community colleges and automatically move in as a full junior at all of the 4-year at Keene and Plymouth and all of them? I mean, is there a reason why that, or am I wrong? They can.
I'd like to just reinforce what Representative Woodcock's saying right now. You all have in front of you, we have a statute from Tennessee. Did you get that? And I'll read it because I think it's echoing exactly what Representative Woodcock is saying. It says, an Associate of Science or Associate of Arts degree graduate from a Tennessee community college shall be deemed to have met all general education and university parallel core requirements for transfer to a Tennessee public university as a junior. Notwithstanding this subdivision, I'm reading right here, admission into a particular program, school, or college within a university or into the University of Tennessee, Knoxville shall remain competitive in accordance with generally applicable policies. So I think that's along the line of what you're saying is that if you get an associate's degree, whether it be at White Mountain or on the southern part of the state, why should that not count as your first 2 years and you come in if you're meeting the requirements as stipulated right here and it's a competitive process as a junior anywhere in the university system? Or should it?
So a student who actually finishes the associate degree has at least 60 credits. And as long as those credits are all transferable in areas of the curriculum offered by the 4-year institutions, typically that student's going to have junior standing. But if the student's coming in without the associate degree, hasn't fulfilled all of the degree requirements in the community college system, and depending on what program they were pursuing, if they're interested in engineering, they might or might not have the prerequisites in math. They might have the 60 credits. They may have satisfied an associate requirement, still may not have the specific prerequisites lined up with a particular program. No different than a student who starts at UNH in liberal arts and in the junior year decides that she or he wants to be an engineer, may have to work backwards and fulfill whether it's chemistry or physics or calculus. So again, the 60 credits and the associate degree in hand generally will bring you in at the junior level, but whether you've satisfied all the requirements, prerequisites that now line you up perfectly for your junior year in a particular major is going to be a product of which of the literally 100 different majors are available in the university system.
Go ahead.
I'll take some of this and I'll turn to my director of admissions at Plymouth State after. I would say yes. I think the short answer is yes, as long as the students are educated about the process. And, across all of our 100 high schools, I'm sure there's a different level of school counseling that happens, also a different level of outreach that occurs. But by and large, I would say students know there are pathways. The easiest one to say is liberal arts, which is general education. When you're coming in, students know that if they start basically at any of the community colleges, they can go to any, I'm going to say the word any if it's in liberal arts, and walk in as a junior. I think that's the easiest. The word I would also use is applicability. The Chancellor said it very eloquently that, depending on the program, if you start getting really specialized, you need to, sometimes catch up in different areas, but the number of credits does not change. You're bringing them in. So I think students, coming out of high school are well aware that there are these articulation agreements. They were printed off of our websites. I think there were about 4 or 5 pages of them.
So I'd like to follow up. You used the word applicability. If you look at the Tennessee statute, it says comparative in accordance with generally applicable policies. So would this statute that's there cover what you've just presented to us, saying applicability? It looks like they have that exception right here. It has to be in accordance with the policies for admission into that program.
I'll also defer to Director of Admissions over here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at students who are going to be transferring in, we'll take the liberal arts block transfer, for instance. That program has 13 or so that we can guarantee students coming into completing in 2 years once they're here. But if they're coming into nursing, right, at most of the USNH schools, it's very hard to transfer in nursing because of the course progression. They want to come in as a biology student. There's certain progressions of classes that in the liberal arts associate's degree, they will not have met those first and second year requirements to then progress at that same rate. So yes, that's to say if it works with the program, with each institution's curriculum, they should be able to make through, but there's those caveat programs throughout.
Go let Representative Moffitt and then Kathy Provincial is on deck.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chair. And as a true North Country native, I want to say that Dr. Lloyd is correct that Plymouth really is not part of the North Country. Representative Ford is back. He's the sole sponsor of this measure, and as I read it, it reads about granting bachelor's degrees in a program of study in which a bachelor's degree is not offered or available at any institution in the university system. And he's back now. He can speak to that. As I read that, I'm wondering if his sense is that maybe you're trying to create enabling legislation so that a community college, perhaps in a certain niche, could develop a bachelor program. I guess now that Representative Ford's back, maybe could speak to that.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, in the simple answer, what I was looking for was enabling a discussion which would address, and I have correspondence that I've had both with the current chancellor and the predecessor, in which we had discussions, both of us, about the goal was to basically make the transition from associate to baccalaureate degree an accessible reality, a reality. And I was thinking in the mind of and I intentionally took examples like the diesel engineering technology and management, because I know that nobody ever transferred from that to humanities, because I taught humanities for a long time. And that's just not something in the mindset of people who are studying for that goes into this. And so I took two things that were polar opposite. And I just said, if they wanted to, could they then proceed to a bachelor's degree? And how would they do that? And the thing is, there's no place to go. No one else offers that. So how could you, if you say had in mind that you wanted to be a military officer, to get a commission in the U.S. military, you have to have a bachelor's degree. It doesn't matter what it's in. It could be in French history, but you have to have a bachelor's degree. Then you can get a commission. And then if you're like me, suddenly one day they look at you and say, you're the motor transport officer. I have a degree in English. You see the disconnect? But the guy in that diesel technology, he knows all about that. He could have done a much better job, or she for that matter, than I could have done, no matter how long I stayed doing it. And so I'm thinking in those terminologies. When we're educating students, typically we talk about students working in a job that's here. But not all the careers our students aspire to are here. Some of them are with the federal government or the Army or anybody else. And so I'm looking at how do we get that person into that career path. And the probability, just like the para-educators who are bound to a place and want to become a teacher, they can't go away to college. They have families, they have jobs, they need health care. Part of the problem we have to solve is how to get them what they need in order to make that possible. And that's, to answer your question, Representative, that's the motive behind all of this, is how do we provide access to baccalaureate education via the community colleges. By via, I mean they might be the first 2 years, and then where does that go? Well, if that receiving institution has faculty that don't want to travel down there, does that block the will of the state? How do we accomplish that? That's what I see that's being discussed, is how do we make that possible? That's why I wanted this hearing.
Kathy Provencher had her hand up, and we went with Moffett. Maybe we, and then you take over. I think we should have the no longer chancellor, no longer state treasurer, Kathy Provencher. You should, go ahead. Do you have your button pushed there?
There. If a student at the community college system knows what path they want to take, and Chuck's right, that's not always the case. But again, there are a pathway to 30 plus degrees that you could transfer from any community college to one of the biology is one of them. Again, if you didn't know that when you entered school, you might have to pick up a course here or there, but again, it's online. Very clear pathways to a degree that will transfer to the university or to Plymouth. And to Representative Ford's earlier comment, you're right. I don't. Was a diesel mechanics. I don't know anything about that, so I don't. I don't know if there's
I'd be happy to take that question.
a need or, for that, a program like that.
If the chair would like, I can address that question specifically.
No, I'm no longer chair. I'm not the chair of the subcommittee. I chair education. Representative
Ford
Ford is the chair of the subcommittee.
Excellent. Thank you. Diesel Heavy Equipment Technology, great program. These are the folks that are working on road, off-road equipment, Milton Caterpillar, John Deere, Kubota, to Kenworth trucks, Mack trucks. I mean, these are the people that keep things going. It's an excellent program. When we're thinking about bachelor's degree, articulation or transfer, we say, if there is somebody that is interested, do we have a partner? And I'm sorry, I can't see you with obstructed view here. Do we have a partner that is interested in offering that program? And in this case, Cobleskill up in New York has a program. We've sent 2 students in the last 13 years to that to complete the bachelor's degree, just for what you're saying. If something does require a bachelor's degree, they've got it. A lot of those students wind up, if they want to pursue higher ed, they'll get a business or accounting degree because they'll either open their own business, they'll work up into management, senior management at Milton Cat or whatever it might be. But we also look about student interest, just like Kathy Professor was just saying. Is there an interest? Our students typically will come in for a certificate, an associate's degree, or they can go right out, after that and start making, great money, frankly, right away with that associate degree or otherwise. The other piece we look at is industry demand, meaning is it an entry point? Will people be hired with a certificate or an associate degree, or is the bachelor's degree required? At this point, not even just given this current, economy, but even prior years back, The entry point is a certificate or associate degree to get hired, to get promoted, to work your way and have a great job. So it's not necessarily a barrier to not have that bachelor's degree. So those are typically the three areas we spend time on. Is there an industry need? Is there student interest? Or is there an existing pathway? In this case, we check all of those boxes for diesel heavy equipment, which, it is. We are the only one in New Hampshire. We're the only accredited New England. I'm not sure the university system wants to get into that particular area, for a transfer. But, right now that checks all the boxes. And I know you're just using that as an example, but we use that same philosophy whenever we're looking at any of our programs, working through each of those three areas.
Thank you. One of the things that led me to that question is my own personal experience. I started out as a geology major. I switched to English when there were no jobs in geology. I was working in an oil company when that happened. There were people down the street with master's degrees from Colorado School of Mines, and they were selling used cars. That's not exactly an incentive to finish your major and plunge ahead. So I shifted to English. I had no idea what that involved. It was just fortuitous that at my university, all the gen ed and everything fit. But I wound up taking a lot of science courses, micropaleontology, for example, that most people didn't take. But when I look at those people who are in the jobs like paraeducator, who are not from this country, don't speak English as a native language, don't trust banks. The banks are working to get them to be banked. And so they're trying to train people in high school about how to work in a bank and what you need to know, and they're buying the computers. So I look at myself and I'm looking at our situation and thinking, who's buying the computers for anybody else? What does that do when we say these people get health insurance or these people need a computer to do it when we're not providing it for every other kid in the state? But these students are different. Many are married with families, and they're dependent on that health, and they cannot progress in their careers toward becoming a teacher, which would be a benefit to us all because they're already bilingual. So we get 2 bangs for the buck. But we can't get them there without giving them health insurance. So
Mr. Chair?
that's the kind of question I'm throwing out.
Mr. Chair, I got a question here.
Yes.
And there's several questions, I think others. Is it so that if you graduate with a 2-year associate's degree from White Mountain, you can go down to PSU now and enroll as a junior? Is that irregardless of what your associate's degree is in? Or is it as a standard operating procedure, you walk in as a junior in accordance, in accordance with the admission prerequisites at that particular degree you might be seeking?
I would say in most programs, I'll go back to what Matt was saying earlier of, in nursing it might be difficult depending on the sequencing, maybe a couple of other programs, but I would say by and large, I think you listed 13. We have a great new block transfer, arrangement that has worked out really well. I would never say 100% all, or I would never use the word Representative Woodsaw, excuse me, I'm glare over there. You use the word automatically, and I never use automatically, but by and large, most of them.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Sure.
I was trying to get a clarity from Representative Ford on his bill. I know he's leaving. On his bill, because specifically the work session was around the bill, as I presume.
Yes.
I understand the pathway system. This bill, as is, you all had a chance to see it or read it? Okay. So if I understand what he's looking for, besides the connection, is he specifically looking for community colleges like White Mountain to be able to have the ability to offer baccalaureates under this bill? So I'm hoping that while you're here, you can address the intent of the bill, because that's where that's where this is going,
Sure.
versus the dialogue on the pathway.
Yeah, and it probably should be stated for this group, we've invited Representative Ford to come to a subcommittee of our Board of Trustees. He came, Student Success Committee, we talked, quite at length, actually. As the community college system of New Hampshire, we're already authorized to offer bachelor's degrees. It's in our statutes.
Okay.
I believe it's a Board of Trustee policy. So we are allowed to. For us, we've really chosen to work with our existing partners and really evaluate articulation just through that. So I don't know about enabling legislation, but we are currently allowed to. Chancellor,
I would ask, where did you find that statute?
So if I might, sir, the language in statute in 188F basically says that we are authorized to award degrees as is common for two-year institutions.
I'm familiar with that part
So
of it.
we don't presume that that's the intent of the legislature, and similar to the university system in asking the legislature for clarity about whether Granite State, the merger with UNH, is acceptable, we would certainly come back, but we do think that the way the language is currently crafted, now that more than half of the states allow community colleges to offer four-year degrees, we think that the language is there.
I can just echo what the Committee in Higher Education study came up with, 6 years ago? And it was a flat no. You do not offer a four-year degree at the community college level. That's where the legislature was. Now, it's not in law, but I think that the message was conveyed at that time.
So if I may, as I said, we don't presume that we understand that or accept that that's something we would do. If we thought we should do it, we would come for legislative endorsement on that one. To the question that Representative Woodcock asked earlier, it's also not our intent right now to offer four-year degrees. As President Lloyd said, our interest is really in working with the university system. The needs that our students have, and align with what Representative Ford was describing earlier, the needs that working adults have, which are the majority of our students, are for the education they need now. It may be a building block to a four-year degree eventually, but sometimes what they need is what they need right now. And our effort is to try and provide things that are more aligned with that need in the workforce for working adults, maybe a certificate, maybe an associate degree, maybe the course that they need that takes them one step further than they are today.
Where is your accreditation in terms of offering a four-year degree right now? You're accredited by the same institution that accredits the 4 years. So when they say that your introductory course in literature is an accredited course, or you credit the university system, but tell me, is there any hoops you have to jump through to make it now a four-year degree course or program, or is it just you got accredited so it's good to go?
We're regionally accredited by the New England Commission on Higher Education, the same accrediting body that accredits the USNH institutions, but the courses themselves are not accredited. We're authorized to award degrees. If we wanted to begin to offer additional degrees at a different level, we would go back and file for substantive change.
So NETCHI would require you to come back and state that we're going for a four-year degree?
I believe that's correct.
Representative Likas.
I'm wondering, in actuality, as opposed to just principle, how transferable are each of the courses that you take? For instance, if I take 2 semesters of an English at wherever, and then I go to someplace else, how specific does it have to be transferable?
So prevailing guidelines, regionally accredited institutions will typically accept as transfer credit coursework that's documented on an official transcript with a grade of C or better for another regionally accredited institution. So the credits almost always will transfer as long as that receiving institution offers the program in the same area of the curriculum. The place where it sometimes gets complicated is whether it satisfies a degree requirement. So you may end up with a lot of elective credits transferring, but not necessarily making progress toward a degree. Over the last several years, a good deal of work has been done. Our colleague Leslie Barber, who's a faculty member at Great Bay Community College, has done extensive work with the university system to map individual courses, course by course, so that the course actually satisfies a specific requirement at the USNH institutions. Beyond that, what Mr. Wallace was describing for Plymouth, the block transfer, regardless of what the courses were, and I assume this is true regardless of what the grade is, the student who's transferring in the associate degree will receive 60 credits and will start as a junior in that program. So it's alleviated some of the specifics of a grade below C, for instance. And, you know, at a home institution, a student may receive credit for passing a course with a D. Normally that wouldn't transfer, but under the block arrangement, I assume that that's the exception.
You are correct on that. And that's for business and liberal arts, not for all of our programs.
Okay, and I was asking partly because my daughter-in-law took, I can't tell you, in, you know, the gen ed courses, I can't tell you how many times, because she kept, you know, it was like, well, this year now our freshman English now looks like this, and you took it last year and it doesn't look like that. And I just wonder, but she was in Massachusetts, and I'm wondering how here in New Hampshire, how much that's an issue, or how much you say, okay, you took it, it was the freshman English, you know, then, and it counts as the equivalent.
I think it's fair to say the work that Professor Barber has done, the work that Plymouth has done, the work that Granite has done, all of that effort has been to try and minimize the likelihood that a student wastes time and money having to repeat essentially the same course. Students have almost always had the opportunity to do credit by examination to demonstrate the proficiency, but it's an additional step, and often it derails students, or at least becomes a barrier. So we've done a lot between the two systems to try and lessen the likelihood that that happens.
Thank you very much.
In section 2 of this bill, there's a Roman 17A, which would authorize, if it became law, the community college to offer four-year degrees if those four-year degrees were not offered at the university system level. I'd be curious to know, what is your position on that? I'd like to also know from the university system what their position is on that.
As President Lloyd described earlier, we first want to make sure that there's a value to the student, that there's a real demand for that in the marketplace, that employers would value it, that students want it, and that it justifies the cost of delivering it. If all of those conditions were met, we would approach the university system to see if we could not get a partnership to deliver, similar to what Dr. Lloyd has created with Plymouth on the education program.
Kathy, can you respond to that? I'd like, for example, I don't think University of New Hampshire has a physical therapy. Maybe they do now, or maybe, yeah, they do have that. They come from Maine two-year physical therapy program. But there must be some programs that you don't offer that you have agreements with other states for our students to go to. That's one way of handling this, rather than the community college system starting a new program up. I'm just a little confused as far as where we're going here in expanding programs at a time when we are trying to, realize that our margins shrinking and shrinking and shrinking.
I think Representative Ladd, that's our concern as the community college system's concern as well. It's not a good time to expand programs. We'd have to really understand what the demand is. President Lloyd mentioned there were 2 people in the last 13 years that wanted a bachelor's degree in diesel mechanics, and they found a place for them in New York. That's probably that is a good way to handle it, rather than develop a 4-year degree when the demand isn't there. So, and you're spot on, Representative Ladd. Our pool of students is shrinking, and so we need to think about that for the future. And to Chancellor Rubenstein's point, if there is a demand for a 4-year degree, we should work together and make sure that the student can be served. The other thing we haven't talked about, because it's not degree related, but micro-credentialing and badging is really where much of higher education is going. that we add on or help a student stack on credentials rather than degree seeking, and community college system and university system also in the middle of those conversations to see how we partner to benefit a whole host of students and businesses in micro-credentialing and badging.
I've got to leave in a few moments. That's a discussion we need to get into, I hope. The community college system's been very aggressive in seeking these skill pathways and certification credentials. And you mentioned shrinking demographic. If the four-year system starts doing what the two-year system's been chasing, the two-year system starts going in the direction what the four-year is, are we doing what we should be doing? You talk about collaboration. That seems like a better way of moving down the road to me than everybody starting to take everybody else's bailiwick.
Well, that's what is so important about continuing to partner, right? We're just going to eat each other, and that's not going to serve either system or the state or our students. So it's our new reality.
Yeah, and maybe Representative Luno can talk to some of the mission statements or purpose of where we're going. Representative Luno. with our CTEs and et cetera, yeah, yeah. I'm on my way out the door right now to see another president, so I've got to leave right now. I'm going to go back up and talk to Don right now. But my hope is that somewhere along the way that a person that completes an associate's degree can walk into a four-year school as a junior. If that person measures up to the applicable rationale and prerequisites for the program they're walking into. And I would hope that all the courses that you take in as an associate's level would count towards a liberal arts student coming in any one of our, is it 4 or 3 campuses right now at the university level as a junior. The economy today, the costs of an education are horrendous, and we can't afford to lose investment that some of these students have by taking courses and not having them lead to that 4-year degree that Representative Ford is talking about. In the military, they're just looking for that degree. You can become an officer. My degree was in history. It qualified me to enlist and then become an officer, but different path.
You can do that now. That's, again, if you know that's the path you're taking, you take these courses, you'll come in as a junior.
So if White Mountain,
it's the gen eds.
and want to go to Keene State, and I have the 4-year degree, can I enroll in Keene State as a junior in liberal arts?
I believe so. I believe so. Nursing.
Liberal arts is probably the easiest one to do
Nursing's
that.
going to be tricky, again, depending.
And then if I want to transfer another program, then I'm going to have to, take
Just
all
like
its
any other-
prerequisites.
just
I
like
might
any-
graduate as a 5th-year student or a 6-year student.
You would look more closely at that applicability, which program, which courses, but liberal arts is probably the easiest one.
I apologize. I got to run.
So my question here following on Rep. Luno and Rep. Ford is, seems to me that in a lot of ways the biggest difference between the 4-year schools and the community college is the delivery method. So the community college, you're kind of, your local, you might be going days or nights. You might be, not even full-time. You're usually working a job, that kind of thing. Whereas the university, you might go away too. I might go to university and either get a dorm or an apartment or whatever and live nearby and use all of those other facilities, the gym and all of that stuff that the community college might not have. Well, if I'm in that situation where I'm working and maybe raising kids or whatever, and let's say I've gotten my technical degree, so I've done the technical stuff at the community college because that community college offered that. Then what I'm missing is the gen ed courses, but then there are community colleges that you get the gen ed courses from. So the question to me is, it would seem rather than having to travel to get those gen ed courses at a university, would it not be possible for me to get those there at the community college that's down the road that I can take my classes, amongst my work schedule, et cetera. And I think that's my take on what Rep. Ford was saying is, how do you keep the adult usually, who can't go off to school, who has a location that they need to be at, how do we get them a bachelor's?
Representative Lake, if I may, a student who wants a bachelor's degree may start with us in a certificate program, maybe a purely technical one-year certificate program, but that student has access to all of the courses, general education, prerequisites that would support pursuing a bachelor's degree. So part of what you heard President Lloyd describe earlier in the partnership with Plymouth is figuring out when you've made full use, maximal use of what the community college system can offer, the affordability, the location, the convenience, maximize all of that before you need to move for a bachelor's degree. Depending on what the program is, could be a fully online bachelor's degree and you don't have to move. It could be that it is a location-based program and you actually do have to do that. But again, there are ways to maximize what we can do through the community college system, supporting the access mission that we have, contributing to the affordability of that degree. It really depends on the specific program, and a lot of it comes down to good advising. The articulation agreements map out in general terms that a student who follows this roadmap, here's how it will land. A lot of our students' lives haven't lent themselves to a specific roadmap because they've taken pretty circuitous routes. At that point, it really comes down to the personalized advising, somebody who can sit down between the two sets of institutions and say, this is where you are, this is a map that can get you specifically to this location. It's not a cookie cutter, it's going to be really tailored.
So I can understand if you just took gen ed courses at the community college, that's near you might not offer the technical courses that you wanted, but if the community college offers the technical courses, and I think most community colleges offer gen ed courses, is there a reason why the community college couldn't then offer the bachelor's?
Well, typically the distinction is going to be the major required courses at the upper level, more advanced courses. It doesn't necessarily mean that our faculty are not qualified to do that, but our faculty are typically focused on the courses that contribute to the associate degree or the certificates that we have. So some of it is a resource question and capacity, and some of that is better addressed with collaboration through the university system. I will say that some of this is still about location. And as you described earlier, the experience for a lot of our students who are working adults, as opposed to a full-time student who immerses themselves in a particular campus at a location away from home, our students have lives with families and jobs and other things. So it's one course at a time, and the ability to conveniently do that, again, as opposed to having an efficient way to do that for that one particular student at our location. That's why those two students with the diesel mechanic technology program went to Cobleskill because that was just a more efficient way for us to do that. We can't afford the luxury of that specific customization.
Well, I was thinking partly RN an RN 2-year program versus an RN 4-year program. And I keep asking what's the difference, and I get told it's the gen ed courses. And since some community colleges are offering RNs, could they not then allow the students, as they have time, to take those gen ed courses and give the 4-year bachelor's? I mean, that's...
Well, I'll only say it's a little bit more than the general education courses. Our students, after 2 years, are qualified to pursue the NCLEX, the licensure exam for nurses. They become working nurses. They are in the field and contributing to the state's healthcare workforce. That bachelor's degree is 2 additional years. It includes additional coursework in the program, in nursing, as well as additional courses in general education, as well as additional clinical experience. So it's not quite as easy as additional general education courses. And again, it would require an expansion of capacity. But that was the reason why the community college system and the university system partnered 9 years ago to create the RN to Bsn program, increase access, affordability, allowing students to maintain the community college system tuition rate all the way through 4 years, and kept them with the community college system for 3 of those 4 years to facilitate an easier transition.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Subcommittee Chair, can I ask you a question? May I ask you a question?
Please do.
When you were out of the room, President Lloyd explained that in Berlin at White Mountains, they currently have the capacity or the capability to support a student satisfying all baccalaureate requirements without ever leaving Berlin, presumably through the Plymouth connection. So my question for you is, I'm not sure if you knew that.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So my question for you is, that presumably does not satisfy your intent. Is it correct to say your intent is to have what's happening in Berlin ultimately be a Berlin or White Mountains degree as opposed to a Plymouth degree? Is that where
My
you're going?
objective was not any particular solution. My objective in proposing this was to increase access to education for all of these groups we've been talking about. That was my primary purpose underlying. The mechanism toward which I attempted to get us to discuss this issue that we're talking about now, this very discussion, was to advocate that the community colleges, which already have the authority to start a bachelor's program, but I have letters here from Susan Eward and others who said there was a difficulty in the system in getting agreement about how to deliver that, whether that was a mechanism, and that some people in the university board advocated only doing it through the university system. They had a different mindset on the issue. And so the bill to bring in the community college was intended to create this opportunity we are now experiencing, to introduce the idea among serious people with serious experience and understanding. Is there something we need to change in how we're doing this? What can we as a legislature do to facilitate that process, to make it happen, to make it does it need funding here, something there? Is there some kind of mechanism that provides the leverage that gets us from the condition that you two were just talking about into implementation? How to? Now, having taught at 2 different community college systems, I was at Mass Bay Community College, was my first job in New England. I know that the difference in part is in the community colleges are student-centered. Universities, quite frankly, are discipline-centered. So there's a little turf fight whenever you have gen ed. Oh, our course has to be in gen ed. That's a reality. We all understand that. But it can get in the way. And so what I'm asking you to do is think about that and think, is there something maybe that we should be doing to get rid of the turf part of it? To get rid of that and say, what's the objective? If the objective is to get these people education, how do we do that? Because people who want to sit on the mission statement as the reason for their not doing it or doing it don't want to move off that dime. That was plainly evident in the hearing they held for me, to explain why the system couldn't do it. They couldn't do it because no one asked them. Now think about that. Think about that for just a minute. If you're looking for an academic-driven economic development in the state, are you going to expect the people who are least prepared, have least education, to come to you with a concise statement of exactly what they need to move the economy in New Hampshire? We're not dealing with a factory where they train people to produce widgets. We're dealing with a world in which exactly these badges you're talking about make the people who are the quote-unquote workers into at least mid-managers, and it's only after that, as they get involved in the mix of blending management and work and community college, or through community college educated people, now the workers are mid-managers at least, because they're working to produce software mechanisms that both are the mechanism and the device in the end when they finish it, or the created object. And so that's why I'm inviting this discussion and using this to have it, is because it's hard for discipline-centered people to talk about giving up something they think secures their job. It's a psychological thing. You don't ask somebody, say, gee, why don't we get something that does your job better and then we won't need you? That's how their brain works. Works with me too. And so the proposal for proposing bachelor's degrees was a dramatic, decisive decision that would force the issue, or at least force the discussion. So what we're having here was my objective.
Mr. Subcommittee Chair, follow-up, if I may.
Oh, please.
First, I want to note that typically for upper-level courses, for baccalaureate degree, you would have folks with masters or PhDs teaching the upper-level courses. That's an issue that maybe we can come back to. My follow-up, I just want to clarify. I brought this up earlier when you were in the other committee room. The language in 1530 specifically refers to a bachelor's degree not offered or available at any institution in the university system. So your intent is...
It was to show that it was possible that there were things not covered by the structure we had.
Now, I'm sensing that some folks in the university system side might be nervous or uncomfortable thinking that if this were to move forward, that community colleges who pursued a baccalaureate option might offer degrees or want to offer degrees that are already offered by the university system. So could you clarify that? I think that's an understandable concern on the university side, but the language specifically seems to say that it is for some program not offered. Is that your intent?
My intent in selecting that example was to show that there were things that the university system will likely never offer for exactly the reasons that were explained here. They're expensive. They require a lot of equipment. They don't have anybody who teaches that. They don't have that expertise. Now, if they want to then go and get a degree in mechanics or in economics or business or some application of business, that's fine, but that's add-on. That's not management of whatever it is, hydraulic systems, et cetera, et cetera. What I was envisioning was a degree that would build management on top of, that's just an example. I was just picking ideas out of the air. Management, a degree that would offer somebody a bachelor's degree, and not only just a repair of something, but the whole management and down the train of supply that we all hear about now, and all throughout that, so that they would have an option that was bigger than being quote-unquote a mechanic, because if they were going to grow into something bigger than that, their business interests were going to grow into managing your own business. I grew up in an advertising firm. I was writing copy in high school. It was that kind of thing where the job grows and you grow with it. And so that's what I'm envisioning. You go in the military and suddenly you're in motor transport and they want you to be the officer and you don't know beans about it. Who would have been better? The person with that degree, I envision. And that's why I thought about, oh, that's the way up. But they talk about it as, we want to produce jobs for New Hampshire. Wait a minute. How about for people who live in New Hampshire? It's just like the people who say science says. Science doesn't say anything. Scientists say something. It's the people. And my focus is exactly on that. Helping those people bridge a gap they may not even know exists. Does that get at your question, Mr. Representative?
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'd like just to read you one statement here so you know that I didn't come into this out of thin air. I've been talking with Susan Heward for a very long time, and after her, with Chancellor here with us. Susan wrote to me after referencing my wife, with whom she used to work at where the heck was it? I'm trying to say it now. My mind went blank. But anyway, in the state college system. I'm going to have to think about this bill, given the current ticklish situation we have with the merger conversation still being very active. As a system, we have had this discussion a number of times, given there are at least 19 states that permit community colleges to be offered applied baccalaureate degrees, such as those you have listed. This was on April 21, 2021. CCSNH has floated the idea of some specific bachelor's degrees because there are no completion programs in the state for dental hygiene and radiology. You will not be surprised to hear there was substantial pushback from the university system. And no, I was not surprised. That's exactly what happened in Minnesota when I was there. I was the university president there, but the issues were the same. And then may I arrange a phone call with you? I'd love to talk further about this with you, et cetera, et cetera. This is not a new issue. It's hard to get people to want to talk about it because it means change. Not as much change as you might think. Universities have people teaching courses who don't have doctorates too, you know. And in some disciplines, it's almost a given, particularly some of the technical and finance things. Those are taught by people with master's degrees, even in universities, because that's where the specialization is. I'm trying to get out of this. This is turf. I hate that word. It means you stop thinking before you start articulating the problem. That's why I say, no, we're all people here who value education in this room. Some of us have more degrees than the others, but, you know, after a while, that degree stuff gets to be cumbersome. That's why what I wanted, when I presented this bill, and I believe, Representative, you made the comment, if I'm not mistaken, what are you saying about this bill, or something to that effect? And I had to explain. This bill is a mechanism to look at what I originally titled the New Hampshire Educational Opportunity Equity Act, as much as I hate that word equity. And I go right into talking about White Mountain Community College. That's in the next sentence. There are people who, generally in New Hampshire, people are geographically disadvantaged. They can't get there from where they are. Or there's no model on the hill near their house to say, come to the university on a hill. What they need is somebody with a hand out and a hand up. And that's what I'm saying is the role. It was argued, Chancellor, please correct me if I'm mistaken on this, but it was argued in the bill that presented to me that in essence, we expect the communities to tell us specifically what their needs are for a particular business. Tell us what kind of people you want us to train. They may not even know. I spoke with a woman with a doctorate in nursing really recently, and she told me nursing degrees are easier to obtain in the commercial market than they are in the educational market. My next door neighbor told me that he got his job. He's a Marine gunnery sergeant, and we were talking shop over the back fence. And he said, "Oh, my bachelor or associate's degree didn't count for anything. It's the badges I had that got me the job, and they keep me employed." I said, "Ew, we're losing out. If we make ourselves inconsequential, we pretty soon don't exist at all. The role of the community college will disappear because people think they don't have anything to add to my value, to my marketability." That's why I'm saying we need to look to the marketability. Yeah, I grew up in advertising. I know marketing, and I took a business degree. And I'm an English major, but I still took a business degree.
Representative Ford, you mentioned specifically radiology or radiography.
That was her mention. That was Susan Hewitt's mention.
Okay, oh, that was from her. Okay, it was her mention to you. Maybe Chancellor Rubenstein or someone would know the answer to this. I'm curious about that specific field of radiography or radiology. If there is no radiology baccalaureate opportunity anywhere in the state at this time, I don't know. Do other states have baccalaureate degrees in radiology?
Representative Moffett, there are a handful of programs out there. When former Chancellor Hewitt had raised that issue, we did actually look, and as President Lloyd described, one of the first things we did was to try and find out if there was employment demand that would justify the degree. Doesn't mean a student isn't interested in a bachelor's degree, but we couldn't find a specific employment market demand that would justify the expense that would be incurred. And at the time, conversations did ensue with the presidents of the USNH institutions to see if any had an interest in incurring the expense of introducing those programs. No appetite for that, but again, the real issue is we couldn't find a benefit to students for offering that program. There are a handful of those programs, including dental hygiene, that lead to a bachelor's degree, but not enough around the country to suggest a real market for it.
Thank you. So it sounds like you've already looked at that, and okay.
Again, as President Lloyd described, the starting point for this, is it valuable to students, to employers value? Will it actually help somebody in delivering better care? The bachelor's degree in nursing, the data support a better educated workforce of nurses producing better healthcare outcomes. We couldn't find similar compelling information looking at the bachelor's degree for the other two programs.
Sure. When you mentioned nursing, I specifically didn't. I mentioned radiology as opposed to nursing. Nursing being Plymouth has nursing now, so that would be clearly an area where CCSNH would compete with USNH, and so that's why I would not look at nursing. I would look at something like radiology, which you've already looked at. It sounds like.
Right, but we of course offer nursing at all 7 of our colleges, and prepare in a given year more than 200 nurses entering New Hampshire's workforce. Those are students who will then typically go on to complete a bachelor's degree some point later in their careers. But we offer the foundation for more than 200, some years as many as 230 or 250 New Hampshire nurses.
Great, thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Thank you, Representative Ford. You brought it up when you were talking, and Catherine brought it up too. The idea of credentials, these stackable credentials, and I don't profess to know a whole lot about them, other than sort of anecdotally. In my experience, back in the day when I was running a tech company, and where it was really clear when we were looking to hire people, we were looking for very, very specific skills, and not necessarily all the skills one would need to become competent in order to get either a 2-year or a 4-year degree, but a specific set of skills that you might be able to have a credential in after taking, I don't know, let's say 3 or 4 very specific classes. And I've been out of industry now for a handful of years, so some of this has probably preceded to beyond where my familiarity was with it. But I sort of get the sense from advisory board meetings and talking with others in industry that there's a tremendous growth in interest, not so much in degree completion, but in these credentials that build on each other. And do they lead to a degree? They might. They don't have to. And do they take 5 years or 6 years or 4 years of continuous study in order to get to a degree attainment? Maybe longer, maybe never. But the value to the employee or the value to the student as being an employee, and a value to the employer, who may be very willing to pay the tuition costs for somebody to take 3 classes and get the Python credential or whatever it happens to be. I think is really where there appears to be a lot of demand or growing demand in that area.
Thank you for asking that question, and I mean that quite sincerely.
No, it's just a comment. So.
Well,
But
implicit in it.
I'm glad you saw a question in it, Oliver.
Well, there is a question in it because we have to ask ourselves, why would an employer want to employ someone who is always, for the rest of his life, going to remain at the same level? Because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about basically entry level or application level. That person who's going to stand at the, I'll use the figurative lathe, and work producing widgets is going to be a good widget producer, no question, and valuable as that kind of an employee. But in an era in which one is likely to move to becoming a supervisor and then maybe even a manager, all in the same career time, I would say that we're doing them a disservice if we give them half an education. We should sell them an education that allows them to expand with that education into the roles that will be expected of them as their career proceeds. And so I don't want to use a pejorative phrase like dead end, but a career stopping education that says you can only go this far and no farther. And I want to avoid that and can talk to them about you're educating yourself for a career, not for a job. Right now you need a job. You need income. You need to feed somebody, whatever. But after that, there's a life. And I'm talking about educating them toward an ambition, toward an understanding that their role will increasingly become more and more complex, for which they need education. And that's why, as I keep telling my neighbor, said the associate degree did not get you the job. The badges got you the job. What about the next job? And that's the argument. He's my neighbor. He's also an ex-Marine, so how that goes. And so, Chancellor.
Representative Ford, if I might respond to Representative Luno's question, that education is what we do, both systems. How it's recorded has been changing. What used to be just degrees increasingly includes certificates, increasingly includes badges and other kinds of micro-credentials, but they're not separate paths. They're in fact embedded. A student who completes a course, typically we say if you've successfully completed this course, you'll understand these things and you'll be able to do these things. Well, sometimes the ability to understand and do those things represents what the badge is, so that a student's not just receiving a transcript with a course name and a grade on it, but is actually receiving that credential that an employer in an industry, whether it's Novell Network certification or whether it's advanced care in an area of nursing, so that an employer can recognize the specific competencies that are associated with that. But these things are all stackable in the sense that they're integrated. Student may accumulate credits toward a degree, satisfy degree requirements, but also has this other set of credentials along the way. In some cases, those badges or micro-credentials may be standalone, but you put enough of them together stackably, they suddenly contribute credits toward the degree. So again, they're intended to be different approaches for education to be delivered and captured and reflected on transcripts that eventually have portability and value for students beyond just a particular job or a particular opportunity or immediate need.
Someone else?
Just to
Representative.
closing, be perfectly clear, I understand Representative Oliver's bill and your response, but I understand his request for allowing baccalaureate degrees to be obtained at a community college level. Your dialogue this afternoon has indicated that currently is the statute and allowable if there is a need.
I want to be very cautious, and although Representative Ladd is no longer here, I want to be very respectful of the fact that I don't assume what the legislature enables us to do as currently written. As it's currently written, it says that we are authorized to award the degrees that are common for two-year institutions, and increasingly that has become the case that bachelor's degrees, as we've heard earlier, are becoming more the norm across the country. It's not our assumption that we can do that without coming back here, and our interest in coming back here would only be based on if we felt there was a need for it.
Please.
Thank you. So, thank you. And that was my point. So in reality, this request in this bill has been satisfied as we stand here today already, and that the delineation of specific individual degrees are only generated if there is a significant amount of student enrollment and interest, and I understand that. I understand Representative Ford's philosophy of you need more than specificity of a piece, but I also understand that some people are very happy with that, and that's where they want to be. But beyond that, in terms of the bill, you've met that. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Ford.
And thank you for making specific what I was trying to explain in that first meeting when you asked me the question about what are you asking for or something to that effect. And what I would like this to result in is, are there changes that we should use my bill that you think need to be made that would help you accomplish your various missions? And that's the input I'm seeking. The bill sits right now just waiting to be either pigeonholed or reformed and resubmitted. But I'm asking for your input and your guidance on how we can better address access to college education of all degree levels. I don't want to talk to workers in the future who tell me their associate's degree has nothing to do with their success in life. That's not how I envision education. I come from a family that did not have college educations. Educations were the way up. That's where my mindset is. So I want that education to be one that meets its expectations or meets our expectations as citizens. That's my goal. And I don't really care how it happens. If it happens in agreement and compliance by offering a standalone program, I don't really care. That's not the point. The point is access. That's what I'm seeking. Anyone else? I'm done.
I just want to say, I think we're already doing much of what we're talking about.
Oh, I quite agree. I didn't know some of it, and yes, it's been educational for me very much.
So
But
I don't know that we need any statutory change to continue the collaboration and build upon the partnerships that we have. I mean, maybe Mark and I can think about that, but I don't know that we need statutory change to
I guess maybe I didn't phrase that correctly. What I want very much for you to do, this is not a mandate, it's a question, it's really a hope, is that collaboration will continue to be explored, and should you require something that makes that possible. I think the example I gave was the paras who can't afford education, can't afford health care. Is there a mechanism we need to help create, or within the system, could that be done by the school systems in some way? I don't know. These are naive questions I'm asking. I don't know the answer. And so maybe that's something, maybe the student we're trying to address the needs of now needs something different than they needed in 1950 when the community college system was created. And I'm just thinking we need to continue to explore what are our objectives and how best can we meet them. And that's what I'm inviting and hoping for. Does that answer your, yeah, I'm not into hammering down this has to do, produce this degree. That's not the point. That was the way to open the door. And if you say there's nothing we need right now, I'd just leave it right there in the folder. But if there is some, it's there and ready, and I'm offering us, because I know my colleagues are equally willing. They're interested in the same kinds of goals. But if that meets the thing, we can end this meeting right now.
Hold on, before you go there, Oliver.
Okay.
So, are there specific things that this subcommittee would, I think we're scheduled for another meeting
Monday.
on Monday.
Yeah.
And in the afternoon again. But are there specific things that this subcommittee would like to hear about or like to learn about next week?
What I had in mind was, should you wish to continue, was inviting people in the community who are already engaged in self-generated attempts to improve education in various ways. I'm thinking of one group that is working on digital equity, another group that is working on, let's see, I think it's with, I don't trust my memory, but Manchester High School maybe, and West High School. West High School was in favor of a gen ed, digital equity, not digital, equitable education thing that was changed to include fiscal fluency, because they had a large number of students who were not fiscal. They weren't banked because they didn't trust banks from where they came from. It's a financial literacy, all of that whole package. And they wanted to include that. Is that something that's part of this that we may need to look at and say, well, gee, okay, maybe if we triggered that, now we have people who are willing to work in a bank in a school, in high school, and now go into community college and get certain skills, and maybe they need more skills to become, quote unquote, a banker at whatever level. If we're looking to develop educationally driven economic development, we have to figure out how to get education into that formula. Just as you were discussing the person that the associate's degree did absolutely nothing for his career. That's a warning symbol to me. We aren't keeping ourselves relevant. So maybe we have to go out and market it. The thing that occurred to me was, remember when cars had starters on the floor and you had to mess your shoes up every time you started your cars? Yeah, I'm that old. Yeah. And all of a sudden they changed. I think they changed because of high heels. Women just couldn't do that, didn't want to do it, didn't want to mess up their shoes. But I mean, okay, it changed the shape of how starters are done. Well, maybe we need to rethink. Are we doing something that's keeping people out of school or encouraging them in school, making that degree worthwhile? And that's what marketing does, or can.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
a follow-up to Representative Luno's.
Fire away.
So I'm thinking here, and I'm glad that he asked that question because I'm trying to understand. This is an interim study bill. Now, I chaired a couple of subcommittees on retained bills last fall. In the subcommittees, we voted recommendation to the full committee. So process-wise, and I know there is another meeting penciled in, I'm just trying to understand, to follow up on his question, do you see us taking a vote on or making a recommendation to the full committee based on the proposed statute we're looking at, or where do you see us going from here?
No, I would invite you to offer ways to modify that, even including deleting the original words, and reconfigure it to offer suggestions or requirements on how we can improve access to higher education in New Hampshire.
Follow up, would you be doing the report to the committee? Is that how this works?
No, I was thinking, my thoughts were, whom can we get to come here and tell us how it's needed, where it's needed? And I was looking to each of the people in this room. Think, you know someone that knows something about this or is doing this in X high school or X community college or whatever. Come talk to us about what we can do to make that work better for you. As a community college, as a university, as a whatever, we want to see some way by which we can say, you came to us and said, we're doing this, so we can then respond. And when they say, what are you doing for education? We will respond. We have worked with these people, maybe only as a broker, but we have enabled them, we've supported them, and we will fund whatever, or attempt to fund whatever it is that we think solves that need. We're open to it. Some of it's symbolic. Some of it just says, we're here and we're ready to work with you. But some part of it is getting something done. Back to, that's what I'd see. Yes, Representative.
Oliver, I assume then that you'll work with the chair of the committee to decide where this is going to go logistically?
Well, in terms of coming back, I was expecting to ask you, should we invite people like that? And do you know people you want invited? Let me know and we'll invite them.
Personally, I think the systems are doing a good job in terms of access. And I do not know any people who would be added to the list to come in and talk about increased access into the system. So I don't personally know that.
Understood. Mel.
Thank you, Representative Ford. I would concur with Representative Ellison. I think your point has been well demonstrated to the folks that are here today representing the community college and university system. I think listening to what we've heard today, they are constantly working together, trying to find alternatives for youngsters to continue their education, albeit from the high school and CTE to the community college to the four-year and the work field. Having done a little bit of work at the college level, I know after 12 years in that situation, I didn't like to waste my time in a lot of meetings just talking about someone else's thinking. I would be hard-pressed to ask these ladies and gentlemen to come back again on their time. I think they have, if I'm reading what I think I hear you say, if in their deliberations and their communications amongst each other, if they find a need for our assistance legislatively, statutorily, or financially, that they would come back and ask that. And I think that's what I'm hearing. So I'm not sure that continuing this dialogue with them would be good use of their time or the committee's. That's just one person speaking.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I remember the meeting that the chancellor and I were at, in which a representative of the university board stood up and explained to me that they could only build a program in response to someone asking for him. That immediately followed the conversation I had had with the only student present who nodded yes to everything I said about their needing encouragement. And I kept saying, he's not hearing that student. He doesn't hear him at all. I wasn't offended. I just noted that. And I went and spoke to the student afterwards. But I also spoke with you and a number of other people. But the idea was that I think there are people we're not hearing. We need to find out how to hear them. So I would say for next week, let me try to get some people who can come in who've been working with these people as well as others and see if there's another element. One more meeting, and then if we don't have it, we don't have anything to pursue, we're done. Is that agreeable? I mean, is that? Well, I know, but I can't drive you into the corner. The question is, I don't want a committee that doesn't want to engage it. And, you know, I was pleased to have the membership we have because these are experiences. Dave's been on the board for 20-something years, he said. I hope I'm not giving away any secrets. And so my sense is he's pretty committed to that. And so I would invite you at least one more time. Talk about it. See, is there something more we can do it? I'm open to any and every source. I don't think I have all the answers. I just have a question I can't quite put to bed. Are we doing enough? What more could we be doing? And that's what I'm asking you, say, by the next meeting, and then we're probably done. You can bring another colleague chair. I've talked to several. Just that sort of, how can we better do the coordination between schools? Better than, or do they need something to make it work better? The issue of faculty not wanting to travel to a distant campus. How do we address that? We don't want to get in negotiations. We're not here as a negotiating team. They've got collective bargaining for that. I know that only too well. So how do we do what we can do to foster innovation? That's, guess, the most concise answer I can give to the question. But I don't want to not, if someone keeps telling me in the operation, oh, you got to put somebody in charge of that. That's us. That's how I see it. We're the ones in charge of that. See you in, what's the next date? So whoever's got the calendar. Next Monday. Okay. Is that work? You don't personally have to appear if you send a rep. We're into the idea generating business. We'll take, if you send them, we'll take them. Thank you for coming.